It doesn't work. Doesn't matter. All right. So, hello, welcome everyone. My name is Fernando. I'm a senior software engineer at Red Hat. I work on the networking services team, and today we are going to talk about pair programming, a technique that we have been trying in our team. All right, some context. So I work on RHEL, and especially network management tools like Network Manager, NMState, Network Role, NISPO, and others. We are a group of 6 engineers, 1 PO, and 1 manager. As I say, we work in 4 different projects with different backgrounds, different environments, different CI, packaging process. Everything is different on each project. Then we are a full remote team. So we have like 4 or 5 time zones in total, and the time difference is too much because we have engineers on US, Europe, and China, and it's really, really hard to get them together. And then we have been starting to practice agile methodologies. So we started with a Scrum. We have a 2 weeks sprint. It's quite great because we have been able to agilize everything. And well, that's some context. So we noticed several problems and we decided to address them. The first one is that we needed to extend collaboration. Well, we noticed that most of our engineers were used to work alone. That is good, but at the same time it could be a problem. For example, when they get stuck, usually they do not ask for help, or when they need something from another project or someone else, they are not used to say, hey, could you help me out? Hey, could you let me know how this works? And that's just simply not efficient. So we wanted to solve that. Then we wanted to avoid bottleneck situations. Right, we have 6 engineers, 4 projects. You can imagine that there are 1 engineer that knows about one of the projects, 2 engineers that know about one of the other projects, etc., etc. So when we have this kind of situation, and then suddenly one of the engineers comes to a meeting and say, hey, I'm going to be a father. Right, so I'm going to be on leave for 4 months. Great, how is going to do your work? No one knows about your project. If some issue came around, what are we going to do? So we start to learn all the projects really quickly, and that's, believe me, doesn't go well. And we wanted to avoid that. Also, not because of long leave. It could be also because of PTO, holiday, or whatever. And believe me, when someone takes a PTO, that's the day when the customer reports the most important bug ever. Then we wanted to extend the sense of ownership. So, as I say, we are doing sprints. We create the sprint, we assign the task, and we start working on them. So we noticed something. The engineers usually solve their own tasks, and after that, instead of looking at the ball and say, oh, something is not complete, I'm going to help, or I'm going to take it, or whatever, they usually say, all right, let's take something else. So we wanted to extend the sense of ownership, so all the engineers should feel like they are owner of all the projects. So when they finish everything on the sprint, they should be able to go to all the tasks that are on the sprint and say, hey, I can help you with this. I noticed that you didn't start with this, so let me take it. And we can complete the whole sprint instead of adding more stuff to the sprint and then some other engineers not be able to finish everything. And therefore, Scrum is a little bit messed because you are not completing any sprint at all. And then the other problem was the bonds between colleagues. So since COVID, we have not met, and that is around 3 years ago. And that's a big problem because in the end, when you are working with people, you need to trust them, you need to be confident about them. So you need to have a bond with your teammates. This bond is really important, especially when you are asking questions, especially when you are asking for help, when you need to discuss a specific technical topic. Imagine that you have an opinion about technical topic, the other person have an opinion about technical topic. If you don't have a bond with this person, probably there can be a lot of misunderstanding and you can take things personal. It's hard to know each other well if you never see each other's faces. And especially if you are working all remote and then you just have one call a week and in which you say, hey, I'm doing this, and this, okay, see you. Right? It's quite hard. And also it's good to feel support at work. If your cat dies, it's great to have someone that say, hey, it's okay, I can take your task for today, no need to worry, I heard about your cat. Try to feel good. So, how we decide to improve this? With pair programming. So one day I was talking with my manager and he said, hey, have you heard about pair programming? I was like, no. And he said, yeah, take a look. So I volunteered to start implementing pair programming in our team. So I decided to look over a lot of documents, talks, etc. about pair programming and try to understand how it works, what are the advantages, disadvantages, how we could implement it, how to implement it, what are the different styles, etc., etc. And after doing that, we are here doing this talk. So I hope it's going to be, my research is going to be useful for you. So pair programming, the basics. Basically, there's always a driver and a navigator. So it's just that simple as two programmers usually, get together and say, let's work together on this specific issue. They sit and they start working on it. There's one condition, just one keyboard or one computer. So no, it's not two people programming at the same time. That's something that we used to do even remote. But it's two people on a call or in person looking at the same screen saying, oh, okay, the driver is the one that manages the keyboard, do the coding, etc., etc. And the navigator needs to think on the bigger picture. So for example, if the driver is designing a feature, the navigator should say, oh, but if we do this, we are going to break another customer case because we know that there is a customer using this other option, which is a conflict with this one. This kind of thinking is the responsibility of the navigator, and also is reviewing the code all the time. So if you are programming in C and you do a malloc, then you need to do a free. So that is part of the navigator responsibility to stay looking at the code, and if the driver doesn't do it, you need to say, hey, you forgot to do that. So right, this is the basics. Then they switch position constantly or frequently. The idea is that they can, after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it depends a lot on your style and your preference, they switch position. And the driver becomes navigator, and the navigator becomes the driver. I must say that this can be done with experts, between someone new or more junior and an expert, between two junior engineers. It's beneficial in all the situations. All right, so there are different styles. There are more of them, but I think these are the more important ones. So the first one is unstructured pairing. Besides the usual driver navigator, which is the one that I described, there is unstructured pairing, which is very similar to what people do in an office. You have a problem, you are working solving it, you ping your teammate and say, hey, I want to fix this with you. Sure, let me help you. And you start working together. In this case, there is no structure, there are no rules. Maybe you decide to use two computers. Okay, that's fine. The idea is that you work together. This is the simplest way to start doing it, and this is the simplest way to start implementing it in your team. So we started doing this, unstructured pairing. We just get an issue, I ping a teammate, hey, let's work on this. Perfect, let's get into it. So, like I say, I'm working on this problem, would you like to work with me? They join a currency together and they work together. This is quite simple. Then we have ping-pong pairing. So if you're a fan of testing and you're a fan of test-driven development, if you don't know what is test-driven development, it consists on first you develop the test that should pass, and then you develop the bug fix or the feature that needed so that test passes. So basically one person goes to the other and decide to do pair programming, and they decide to do test-driven development. So if you don't like test-driven development, or in your projects you don't have test, you should, but if you don't have test, you cannot do this. Then the first person create a test that is failing. After that, with as a driver, and then the other person as the navigator. And after that, the second person, the navigator, change position and create a code or the implementation that makes the test to pass. So then they switch position again, and this time, in this case, for the second person creates now the test failing, and the first person creates the implementation so the test passes, and they repeat. This is quite good because at the end you have the feature or the bug fix and tests for them. So you are doing two work in one. I must say that this, from my point of view, it's more adequate when you are working between two experts, because it could be quite hard for a newbie to create a test for a project that they don't know, and the test must fail, so it's going to be quite confusing for them to create something that won't work, having on mind the idea that in the future it will work. But between two experts, this is a really, really good scenario. And then we have the backseat navigator, which is perfect for a junior or a newbie and an expert. The idea of this is quite similar to driver navigator, but in this case, navigator is not thinking only on the bigger picture. It's thinking on what is the driver going to do. So it's like when you are driving and you have someone by your side saying, oh, now turn right, turn left, now go straight. So it's basically the same, but programming. So the first person to the other, sit together and do a pair programming session. But this time, one of the person, for example in this case Bob, is going to be the driver and Alice the navigator. And the navigator is going to give direct instructions to the driver. So this is really, really good for newbies, because if the newbie is the driver, it's going to get used to the workflow, it's going to get used to the files, to the structure of the architecture of the project, to I don't know, the CI, to the tools that you are using, etc., etc. And I also found that this could be quite good for an interview. For example, imagine that you are interviewing someone and you say, okay, so you are the navigator now, please tell me what I need to do. And that could be great. This helps a lot newbies on the team. So these are the three main ways of doing pair programming. But now we have some very, very important considerations. The first one is that both programmers must be active. I mean, they must participate actively, because if not, you are basically in a mentorship session telling them or explaining them something, and the other person is just in silence. That's not pair programming. Or if the other person is, you are programming, you are the driver, and the navigator is looking at the email, believe me, that is not pair programming. This is like you are programming alone, and there is another person in the Google call listening to you programming. That's all. Both must keep a running commentary. So it's similar when we say pair programming. It's also programming out loud. So when you are the driver, it's quite hard to for the navigator. It's quite hard to understand what are you thinking about if you don't talk. So the driver must always describe what are they doing. So yeah, so I want to implement this, I want to create a function that is going to be added to this class, and this class is going to be used in this place, and we are going to add this event to the loop, and this way the navigator is able to think about your idea and say, oh, but then if we add this event to the loop, it's going to fail because blah, 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 blah. And then the other thing is that relationship between the programmers are important. And managers, leaders, or whatever person is implementing pair programming on the team must not force them. Because if you have two engineers that they don't get along, believe me, it's not a good idea to force them to work together in a pair programming session, because they are going to have conflicts and they are not going to be good at resolving them. So it's really important to first solve them. All right. So the result of our experiment, we have been pair programming for a couple of months, 3 months or something like that, or even more. We have been doing regularizations, and initially it was quite hard to get people used to it. Like, we proposed it, and it was like, yeah, we could try it out. The people were not very convinced. But then we kind of forced it, like, yes, let's do it. And I volunteered to that, so I started to propose sessions to several engineers. And I assume, as they are kind and polite, they didn't reject them. I think they were considering, but they didn't do it. But after a couple of sessions, we got positive feedback, and they say, hey, I like this. I really enjoy it. It was good, and I would like to continue doing it. So now, the engineers are starting to propose them to other engineers without my help or without any other people's help. So that's a great thing. And we make sure that everyone in the team had a meaningful pair programming experience. So that means that almost everyone were able to have at least a session or a couple of sessions to understand that. We are also flexible, so that means that we are not going to force anyone. So if one engineer say, oh, that's not for me, I don't like it, that's okay. You don't need to do it. This is like using Beam, Emacs, or whatever. It's just a tool, and you use it just if it's good for you. And also, right, so some advantages. So first of them, the knowledge sharing. It was incredible. I mean, doing this, I get a lot of experience in all the projects we already manage, which is quite great. And other people, other engineers from the team doing this are getting that knowledge. It's really interesting to see the different scripts that people use, how they build their system, how they build the package, the CI. It's really, really good, and it's really nice to have someone explain it to you while they are working on it, because yeah, it's really easy to say, yes, read these docs, and the docs, you see, last time modified, 2010, right. Okay, so then we have focus mind. I don't know if it happens to you, but at least it happens to me. When I work alone at home, I'm on the computer and say, what I'm going to eat today? Oh, in the afternoon I need to go to the grocery. Yeah, oh, look at the dog. Hey, dog. So it's quite hard to keep focused for a long time. But when you are on a meeting and you are working actively with one person, that's changed, because you have a person, and so you're not going to say, what I'm going to eat. No, you are focused because you are wasting also other people's time. And you think, oh, but then I need to work more because I'm going to be more focused on the job, so I'm going to get more tired. Yes, but you are going to do the work in less time. I mean, if you really focus on the task, maybe you can do it in 1 hour, but if you are thinking in other stuff, changing context all the time, maybe it takes 3 hours from you or 2 hours. Then we have resilience to interruptions. I know that your email probably looks like this. Mine one looks like this at least. So when I'm working on something, I get a Slack message. I immediately go to it, I read it, and I start engage a conversation. Then I go back to my work, and then I get another Slack message. It's terrible. And when you are on a meeting working with someone, you're talking all the time, you get this Slack message, and as you need to keep talking with this person and focus on the job, you're not going to read it. And then you learn to ignore them. And this is one of the best things that I learned doing pair programming. You just learn to ignore all these messages. And one extra thing is the code quality, because at the end there are 2 people looking at the code, and 4 eyeballs see more than 2 eyeballs. And we reduce the coordination efforts. So when working together on a pair programming session, everyone were aware of the context. So, all right, so this issue is blocked because the last time we worked on it, we noticed this problem. And then if someone asks, oh, what is the status? You don't need the only person working on the issue to reply. You can, because you already know the context of the issue. So we reduce the coordination effort. But we noticed some disadvantages. So the long time. Right, it's good to work with peers, and it's really great, but you also need a long time. You need time to reply to emails, phone calls, whatever need you have on your position, or even work on a simple coding issue by your own. That's great. So I don't recommend you to do 24-hour pair programming session, so translate all your work to pair programming. I think that's a terrible idea. That's not going to go well. You're going to get burned out immediately, so try to do not do that. Try to set an amount of time that works for you and make you feel comfortable. Then fatigue. So it's easier to take relaxed time when you are working alone because you don't feel like pressure to continue working. So you say, okay, I'm going to drink some water. You go to the kitchen, you relax a little bit, drink some water, think about the problem. That's great. But when you are with someone that you might feel uncomfortable saying, oh, wait for me, I'm going out for some water or whatever. So in order to avoid this, I recommend you to create, like if you are going to say, we are going to have 2-hour session or 1-hour session. Okay, so let's schedule 1 5-minute break after 30 minutes or 10 minutes break after 1 hour. So this way you have time to relax and then come back with more energy. And skill levels. Skill levels could be a problem. If you put one junior engineer with a really experienced engineer, or for example, someone that is new on the team, the new person is not going to be able to speak up. So they have a great idea and they don't feel confident enough to say, hey, I'm the navigator and I think what you're doing is wrong. Because the other person has been working on the project for 15 years. How could I know more than this person? Sometimes fresh ideas are good and you could have a different mindset than this person and you can bring a lot of value to the project. So in order to avoid this, it's really important for the expert on the session to promote the behavior of speaking and make sure that the new guy or the junior feel comfortable enough to ask questions and also challenge their idea. Like if you say, for example, all right, so we are going to do this function and add events to the queue, and the junior is the navigator saying, then you say, why do you think this is correct? Or what do you think about it? And force them to reply, force them to provide their opinion. Maybe it could be, I think it's correct because blah, 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 and then it's a correct answer. Okay, but maybe they say, no, I don't think it's correct because this is going to have a conflict with other part of the code. And you think about it and say, oh, that's right. And the first time that happens, the junior feels more and more confident. And the next time you are not going to force them to reply. They are going to reply by their own, and that's really great. Conclusion. So we were able to extend collaboration. People feel now more comfortable collaborating with each other, which is quite good. And we avoid bottleneck situations. We were able to understand the context of the whole project, so people now can contribute to different projects, and if someone goes on PTO leave or whatever, someone else can take the position. And one thing that went well is to extend the sense of ownership. It wasn't fixed at all. We improved a little bit, but we are still struggling with this, so we are trying to fix that. Maybe next year at DevConf there is another talk of how to fix that. I don't know. And then one thing that improved a lot is the bonds between the colleagues. So thanks to pair programming, I learned a lot of things about my teammates. And I mean personal things like, oh, what do you like to play an instrument? Oh, I do this. Do you like video games? Do you like working? Do you like? And then you notice that you share hobbies and you share information about those hobbies. And I found myself talking with them about random stuff, hobbies or whatever, after work, like, hey, I saw this movie and I really like it, and you like the other one, so maybe you like this one. So that's great because now you have a better connection, and it's easier to, when there's a problem, it's easier to challenge that idea and to share different opinions and get an agreement because you understand the other people's context, and also because you have personal bond with that person. And usually you care more for other people's feelings and other people's ideas when you have a bond with them. Maybe the solution for a lot of problems is have a bond with customers. I don't know. So, all right, what I recommend is to try it out. If you want to try it out, we have a workshop of pair programming today. So please feel free to join. We are going to have some hands-on experience. And other than that, if you are on a team and you are a manager, a software engineer, team lead, code owner, whatever position, and you want to try this out, feel free to reach me out or follow these advices. Don't force people if they say that they are not willing to do this. Try out first unstructured pairing because it's going to be much easier to implement. If they like it, then you can change to ping pong, you can change to whatever other method that you would like more. And yeah, the last one is that if you are a manager and you want to implement this, talk with one engineer that have some interest on this, and say, okay, you are going to promote this on the team, and this person needs to see some talks, read documents, etc., gets a well-formed opinion, and try it out then on the team. All right, so I think that's all. Thank you very much. So any questions, suggestions, or comments?
How does it fit in with code reviews?
With what, sorry?
With code reviews, merge requests and so on.
Right.
Do you count it as pre-approved?
Repeat it once you repeat it for the hour.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, so the question was how it works with code reviews. So with code reviews or merge requests, pull request reviews, it works well. I mean, you can, in the end, you can apply pair programming to almost everything. You can apply pair programming for a feature, bug fix, or even debugging, which is quite useful as well. But also for code review. I mean, imagine that there are 3 persons working on a project, and 2 of them decide to review the other person's code. It's quite good because you are both of them at the same time, so it's parallel review, so that's great. And at the same time, you can do it with the person that did the code and ask questions, so you get immediate feedback. When you write down a comment in GitHub like, why did you do this? Then the next day, the person replies, I do this because blah, blah. Oh, I don't understand exactly what do you mean here? So it's a really slow process. But if you go to this person and say, hey, let's review your code. You read it. Okay, so why did you do this? Oh, I do this because whatever. Oh, really? And why? Then you get immediate feedback. So that's completely...
Yes, sorry, I meant a slightly different question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do you regard the code which is produced through pair programming as being already reviewed?
No.
Because you've got the navigator reviewing it while the driver writes it?
No. When you review the code, someone else out of the pair needs to review it.
Okay.
So, because also when you are working on the issue, you can get biased, like you're working on it. So you don't. It's always great to have many reviews as possible. If you can get 10 reviews, if that's possible, please do it. Because usually someone is going to spot a bug or a problem in the code or whatever, or something that could be improved. All right, thank you. More questions? Yeah, please.
Is it a problem if you can't finish your task within the pair programming session?
All right.
As I mentioned, if it's only 1 hour, you do that, and the next time you're going to start in the middle of a task, and then it's probably going to be confusing.
Yeah, so the question is that if it is a problem, if the people cannot finish the task in the pair programming time box. So yes and no. I mean, for example, you can start doing pair programming for 1 hour. You didn't finish it. You can continue by your own. That's completely fine. Then you get more reviews. It's just that. Or maybe you can stop, take some notes. Like if you were coding a alone when you're coding, at least on my case, there are some times in which I sit down, start working, and I don't finish the task. So then I need to start again in one day. That also happens when you work alone. So it's the same situation. Both solutions are fine. You can just continue with the pair in another day or in another time and just think what we did. Oh, we did this, we implemented this. And sometimes that is also useful because you read the code that you wrote together and say, oh, but this is wrong. So then you just spot a problem because you have a fresh mind and you are not tired of coding. And also you can just continue on your own. Right, please.
So you mentioned that the navigator and the driver would switch positions every 15 minutes. How do you handle like different, maybe the navigator and the driver have different IDEs? How do you the stuff that you have been working on is local on the driver's computer, so now you have to like sync. You have like a draft branch or something where then the other person pulls and continues working. How does that work?
All right. So the question is, as I mentioned, that driver and navigator switch. How do you do it if they have different workflows or they code is local or different tools? So the thing here is that you must be flexible. So depending on the situation or what you are working on, you can switch every 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. Maybe you switch each task. So you have 3 tasks scheduled, and you say, okay, so the first one you're going to be the driver, and I'm going to be the navigator. Then we are going to switch for the next one. That's also an option. The thing here is that you need to adapt the method to your project, to your team, to your situation. It depends a lot. As some considerations I didn't say, and it's really important to have a stable internet connection, because if not, if you are remote, that won't work. If you are in person in the office, that's fine. So as I said, it's just try to adapt it to yourself and to your team. And as I say, maybe I described 3 styles. Maybe you think, oh, but I like to do it different. That's perfect. I mean, that's completely fine. Do it as you prefer.
All fields, just send a cache.
All right, so I think we are out of time. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
good to go? Good. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody is still kind of tired. Okay, we'll try not to be too boring. Let's see. Next generation of data stores, hot queries, cold storage. Let's see if we all had the same thing in mind what happens in this talk, but we see. So for my background, I work at Elastic, the company behind Elasticsearch. We are investing heavily into this world as well, so that's kind of like my background to that. My general question is like, who uses data stores? And I assume everybody will raise their hand now. And then the next question is like, who likes managing data stores? And that's normally when all the hands goes down, or you make this gesture, right? And then everybody's like, I don't know, like I'm not sure why I want to manage data stores. And the question is kind of like, why is it such a pain to manage data stores? Or where is the problem coming from? Or yes, we all need them, but nobody wants to run them, right? And maybe it's the old thing where you say, oh, it's an ops problem now and good luck, and we just pick the data stores and you have to run them. But why are data stores such a painful thing to run, or where is that problem coming from? And I think in part it's because of I call it the classic architecture that we have all used when building something. And a lot of my examples will be kind of tied to Elasticsearch because that's the system that I know really well, but this will apply to pretty much any data store system that you have. So let's assume we have a distributed data store. We have 3 nodes here, and we have some data that we have split in shards. So we have one, let's keep it simple, we say that one table or index that we split into multiple shards. So I have 3 primary shards, shard 0, 1, 2, and then I have replication of those shards, like this is replication of shard 0, 1, and 2. And these are distributed, and it's a distributed system that works as expected, right? So you have the data, if one of the nodes goes down, you have all the data replicated on another node, which could be automatically promoted. And in theory, this is all nice and works great, and it should make operation easy, but it kind of doesn't, right? And why is it often such a problem to manage the data? I think in part because depending on how the system works, in the case of Elasticsearch, for example, there is one node that we, for historic reasons, call the master node that basically manages the cluster state, and it knows like which shards are located where and what is the structure of the shard and what is kind of like the metadata and state of this node. And like this is a component that is often, I don't want to say brittle, but it's like if something happens to that, it doesn't matter that you have all the data nicely sitting somewhere, you kind of like it's the map to the data. So if something with that happens, your cluster will have a very bad day. And yes, this is also like a thing that is like shared across the nodes, and if that one dies, another node will promote itself to be the master node. But it's still like there are a lot of moving parts in that, and if communication breaks somewhere, like I assume everybody knows the CAP theorem, consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. If the network breaks, in theory, it all works, but in practice, sometimes you get stuck in a weird state. And all of this makes operating data stores kind of hard. Also extending storage and just managing that storage and managing all the nodes in conjunction. So you don't really want to have that, or it's like we are very used to that. And I always call it the Stockholm syndrome, that you get so used to something that you say this is the only way and the right way to do something, but maybe it's not actually what you want to do. And then there is the great promise, I want to say, of our industry, which is called serverless. And yeah, there's the old joke, there are servers in serverless, yes. The point is more that the servers are managed by somebody else. And I'll build up to what that means for data stores over the next few slides. I assume pretty much everybody is familiar with the term serverless. Or if you want to explain that to somebody, I always like this example where you say we have pizza as a service because in IT everybody likes pizza, and then you have these multiple options. So you could have blue is for self-managed and green is managed by somebody else. And then you have this thing where you have like the homemade pizza where you buy everything from the flour to the toppings and whatever, and you make the entire pizza at home yourself from scratch. And that is pretty much like you have your infrastructure, or you have your own data center where you manage the hardware, the software, and everything around it. And then you might have like the take and bake, and I know that the Italians will not be very happy about that, but the rest of the world often eats frozen pizza and then warms it up at home. That's kind of like the next step. Then you would have the delivery, that you get the pizza delivered to your home, or you go to the restaurant. That's kind of like the serverless model almost. You have outsourced all the work. You just show up, you eat, and you go. And for computing, this would be, this is kind of like your own data center that you manage. This might be an EC2 instance or a virtual server where somebody else manages the hardware, but you do the software and the operating system and everything yourself. This might be maybe Kubernetes, where you have abstracted everything away behind an API, but you still need to manage a lot of things yourself, and that would then be serverless, where you basically throw your code at something and it will scale it out and run it and do everything for you, and you don't care about the infrastructure anymore. So that's kind of like the on-prem all the way up to the serverless setup based on pizza, but I think the comparison holds quite well. And that is serverless. And then the other thing that often comes up is stateless. And just as with serverless, there are servers with stateless and data stores. There is state, because some people are very amused, like, how can you have a stateless database? Are you writing your data to dev null and it will just disappear? Because maybe that's a stateless database, but that's not really the point of that. You want to have a data store where, again, somebody else manages the state for you. And then the question is, what is the storage standard of our industry today and has been for a couple of years? Any guesses?
Yes.
Sorry? So I would say it's S3, that kind of like, that is where everybody puts their data, and everybody has, even though it's a proprietary standard, everybody has implemented an API that is kind of similar to that. So I don't want to be Amazon specific here, because you have plenty of choices. Like Google has something similar, Azure, DigitalOcean, you can run your own with Minio, and there are tons of compatible APIs. So I think S3 is kind of like the storage standard of our industry, even though we might not want to admit that, especially when you come from an open source world, or it's kind of like painful that S3, this proprietary Amazon thing, has kind of won. But it seems to be what, as an industry, we have more or less standardized on. And this is also where lots of players who want to say, like, we are stateless, this is where your state often goes. There's one small side note, because we've had a lot of pain on S3 compatible, is that what everybody does might be, or people might have very different opinions what S3 compatible might mean. So into Elasticsearch, we have built an S3 repo analysis tool that basically checks if your implementation of S3 is compatible enough for us to work, because we use that for backups for a long time. But even then, we want to make sure that you support all the API calls, that the network is fast enough, that you can store large enough files, like what you would expect, because depending on the vendor-specific implementation, S3 compatible is one of the bigger lies in our industry, that everybody says, yeah, we support some APIs, but the finer details are then very different. But looking at, I'll pick some GCP examples, but again, this will translate to pretty much any cloud provider or any environment. In most cloud providers, you have the choice between different data stores and things. So the object store, that is the S3 compatible thing, where you can have a lot of blob data and store those. You could instead have the block storage, where you basically attach some storage over the network and use that. There's also the file storage, which is normally something NFS compatible or so. For most cases, this is the classic approach, how many people have been running data stores in the cloud, that you have some network attached, or maybe even local storage to the instance. And the local data is more ephemeral, and then you have persistent disk that you can mount over the network, but it also has some trade-offs that you, for the most part, you can only attach one for writing. Maybe you can attach that image to multiple instances for reading, but only one can write to that. And NFS, at least we have had pretty bad experiences around performance. when we tried to even just run nightly benchmarks, if it is compatible or works, and we kind of gave up on that. So for most data stores, I think NFS is not a great choice. Local attached storage is kind of like the classic choice, but where everybody wants to go is blob storage, just because you have this outsourcing of state. This is kind of like what most people understand if they say, like, we have a stateless data store. It doesn't mean there is no state, but you outsource the state to a blob store for the most part, just because management and also cost is normally very good. But what are the trade-offs there? So durability is normally very good, that you put the data there, and then depending on your cloud provider, you will have, I don't know, 4, 5, whatever nines in terms of durability, that your data will still be there, which might also mean that you don't need to do replication anymore, because the data is guaranteed, and Amazon, for example, replicates the data internally, so you don't need to care about replication yourself anymore. Latency is often a bit worse. That's a trade-off we can then discuss how much sense that makes. Cost, I think, depends. If you have a good access pattern and you write large enough chunks of data and you don't constantly transfer them, it's potentially very cheap to run. If you have a bad access pattern, especially around network traffic, that can get quite expensive across zones, then it might also be more expensive, but if you do it well, it can be very cheap in comparison. On latency, there's, for example, Datadog had a very nice blog post a while ago where they describe one of their homegrown data stores that's not publicly available, but it's built into what Datadog is doing, and it's called Husky. And they basically said, like, the trade-off with S3 was I think both the cost, but also the management, and then the tail latency was good and better, even though the average latency was a bit higher. But for what they wanted to do, it was more than good enough to have that slightly higher average latency, and this made a lot more sense to run their data store. And I feel like a lot of people trying to run some system in the cloud come to a similar conclusion, that while there is a trade-off and the average latency is a bit higher, if you have the right access patterns, then a blob store can perform very well and figure out, or for depending on the task, be a good solution. The other thing that you might want to do then is, and from the classical perspective, that was normally another thing, that you split up storage and compute, that you have some instances that can scale up if you have more ingestion happening. So you need more processing of data coming in, but you just write it out to the blob store. And then when you don't have any incoming traffic anymore, you can basically shut down that index or ingestion layer, and because you don't need to run that anymore, you just put all the data to S3, that's where it sits, and then you can scale that ingestion independently, but you can also scale the retrieving, reading, searching, whatever you call it, layer independently. So if, for example, you have almost no or no reads on the weekend, you can mostly reduce your reading engines, whereas if Monday morning hits, you can automatically, or based on requests, scale it up automatically and just save cost again, because your data, the state is put to S3, where it is living, but you can very easily scale up and down both the writing of the data and the reading afterwards as well, to scale independently and go faster, but also reduce the cost after that. The other important thing here is normally that you want to have, for a truly serverless or stateless system, you want to have scale to 0. So you can even say, like, over the weekend nothing happens, so we just shut all the compute instances down. We potentially save a lot of money and energy. You can still do local caching, so the different disk formats and access patterns, you can still exploit kind of like the locality of data, that if you have like some hot reading path and you always read the same data, that you cache that locally. So you get kind of like the advantage of having local disks for that. But a lot of the data can just be on the blob store, and you don't have to move it around all the time. And then you have like much better scale and potentially also much better cost in that. The other thing that is, I don't want to say the holy grail, but it's kind of like the thing that everybody wants to have, is the pay-per execution, that you would say that you know what one query of a user basically costs you. I also feel like with ChatGPT recently, that has gotten a lot more attention, because there you can see like this request cost you X cents. So this pay-per execution is an interesting model that I think a lot of people want. It has historically been very hard with any other data store. Let's just say you have a Postgres instance, you have no idea what one query really cost you in the past that somebody was running. Or with pretty much any other data store, it was very hard to figure out the cost per request. That you could either attribute that to a specific client or a department. So the cost was always like very much a ballpark. But with serverless and like building on these primitives, it might be much easier to actually figure out how much cost you're contributing, or one specific query, or the ingestion volume, how much cost it is adding to your system. One thing that is also important to note here is that object stores, just like the compatibility of the API, that the performance characteristics vary widely and depend very much on the data store. And again, in IT, we always love abstraction, but abstraction is not magic. You still need to know what happens under the hood, and otherwise you will find out the hard way at some point. And object stores are no different. So for every cloud provider, for example, there are different like limits that you have. For example, in GCP, if you have less than 1,000 writes or 5,000 reads per second, you will be fine. But for example, if you need more, you will need to ramp that up over time so that the service adjusts for you. This is very cloud provider specific. I don't think S3 from Amazon, for example, has something like that, and I haven't seen anything on Azure either. But GCP is pretty explicit about that, that you basically start around these numbers and you can double them approximately every 20 minutes. But if you know that you will have a lot of load coming in, you will need to warm up your system over the right amount of time to actually scale to approximately that load so that you will be in a good state and not just get server errors back. The other thing, and that is more evil or equal around cloud providers, this in small variations basically applies to S3 or Amazon and Azure as well, just as to GCP, is that you want to avoid hotspotting because, well, like we said, there are still servers behind the scenes, so somehow they need to distribute the data and handle all the requests. And if you have a hotspot in your data, so for example, if you have a naming convention, and then you have like, you create a bucket and then you just increment the bucket name by 1, or it just has the date in it, then you will always have a lot of locality. For example, if you have a bucket where you write all the data into a single bucket today, but you read over the last year, the write bucket, there will always be one bucket that will get 99% or more of all the write requests. So you always have this hotspot there. And that's a pattern that you should generally avoid, because there is all the hardware down there and it will not magically solve that problem. There is some distribution mechanism, but normally it does not, well, if you have a naming convention that goes always to the same place, you will be in trouble. Other systems have apply or use a workaround for that. Anybody knows how other systems work around that? Where you have the sequential naming. So for example, in Elastic, we would have like the ID, that is the distribution key, we would hash that. So even if you just increment the value by 1, through the hash function, it would evenly distribute it over the entire key space and you can avoid problems. From what I've read, that is not how most of the blob stores work, but if you have like a prefix, and you always have the same prefix, and then add some consistent pattern in increments, you will have a hotspotting problem because the data will always end up in the same place. So those are things you just need to figure out and understand if you have enough load and data, because otherwise you will suffer from the shortcomings of the implementation, even though you don't know it or haven't seen it, but you will feel it at some point that there is hotspotting under the hood. The other thing, of course, that is still a thing is round trips are still expensive. So if you put your blob storage in the US and you will try to retrieve the data in Europe, the physics of round trips and the network latency doesn't change. So locality of having blob store or instance store is still a thing, so you cannot work around that. And then depending on the cloud provider, you have often different access, different access classes, where infrequent access is cheaper, but might have more latency, or might only be available after some time. Those are normally obviously not very good for data stores where you want to have data available very quickly and also with a very high durability. So that's probably not what you want to optimize there for. But a lot of different cloud providers or data stores in their cloud implementations support some kind of serverless, stateless implementation. So for example, for Postgres, there is Neon, which is, I think, an open source implementation that is exactly going for a blob store in the background. YugaByteDB, Cockroach, ClickHouse Cloud, Firebolt Cloud, and there are many more because the general pattern of outsourcing the storage and state to S3 is just so appealing to do that. And we are no exception. Just to give you an idea of how Elasticsearch kind of like looks, this is the old way of doing stuff, and this is like how we see blob stores and how we want to use those. And this already looks slightly messy, but you can see it has almost all the problems of like the classic distribution model. So just to show that the blue arrow here, this is a write, and the orange arrow, this is a read. So when data comes in from your client, you write the data, and then you might have the so-called hot layer. This is where you do most of your writes and reads. And you can see we have a primary and replicas. We need to write all the data twice at least for high availability, because if that instance here dies, then we still have the other copy. But you always write all the data twice. And then at some point you might say like, oh, I move this to the cold state where I have my data read only, so I'm not doing any writes, and I do fewer reads. I move that to an instance with more density or like larger disks and less CPU. Maybe you have already backed up the data, so you only need a single copy anymore. You can move it to frozen, that might be backed by an object store, but it's like data moving through different stages. You need replication, and like writes are going all over the place. This is kind of like the classic approach of how you were accessing data stores. And the different tiers with hot, cold, frozen, those are highly optional, but that was kind of like a performance optimization that here, where you do all the writing and reading, or most of the reading, you want more CPU. Here you want to have more disks, also if the data is infrequently accessed. I always call it the compliance layer, where, yeah, we need to store data for 6 months or 12 months or whatever, but nobody's going to search that, or at least not on a frequent basis. So for that every now and then query, it can be quite slow. You can do some optimizations here. The idea of serverless or stateless is then, again, you can see we have the write part is all on this side, and the read part is all on the other side, and the only thing in the middle is basically the blob store or S3 compatible storage layer. And then you can also split up the writing or indexing here and the searching here, because this one here writes, and all the writes go through here. If you have more writes happening, you can scale up this layer independently of the other one. The same, if you have more searches, you can independently scale up the search here and go through here. You don't even need replication, because the assumption here is that you write both the index state, but also the transaction log or bin log or whatever it's called in your data store. That is going to the blob store. So you have really no state that is only on an instance, so you don't need to have any replication anymore. But your replication layer is basically relying on the instance store. So, as I said before, state is still a thing, but it's somebody else's problem, and you're just relying on them doing a good enough job. But this basically allows you to scale different tiers independently. You don't need that replication that we've had before. So you potentially only need to index half as much data anymore, because you don't need to do it twice, but only once. And that should make it much easier for you to operate, and ideally also much cheaper, because only writing the data once and scaling reading and writing independently. Whereas up here you can see if I have more reads, I need to scale the same components up, or the same thing for ingestion. Whereas here I can have a more fine-grained approach and do that. There are still a couple of challenges around that. These are slightly Elasticsearch specific. For example, we have these master nodes that manage the state. We also want to make those stateless, because otherwise scaling down to 0, for example, is not really a thing, but we always need to have this component that runs the data. And we have 10 minutes left, yes. You have the transaction log or bin log or whatever it's called in your data store that you need to keep somewhere. Like our approach again is that you can still put that on S3 and it will perform well enough to actually outsource all of that state. We have one thing where gets, for example, are real time and how to implement that, but those are like more very specific implementation details, so I skip over those. We've recently done some benchmarks where we have, in terms of ingestion, it is much faster, also because we only need to do it like once and not twice anymore. And that then also needs a lot less CPU because you don't need the coordination between a primary and a replica, but you can only just write it once, go to the blob store, and then it's the blob store's problem. And if you have optimized like how much data you put together and write in one operation, since you normally pay for API requests and data transfer and everything, it can be a lot cheaper to run such a system. If your access patterns are bad, it might still be very expensive or even more expensive because of all the extra overhead from S3 that you need to run. So to wrap up, stateless and serverless are a thing. I know that everybody wants to call everything cloud native nowadays, so maybe this is a cloud native data store because some providers are very keen on calling us as we are cloud native and others are not. And it's always a question of like, what does that really mean? And I think it's kind of like as our industry progresses, this stateless and serverless approach of outsourcing the work to somebody else is very appealing, and this will work well there. One thing that sometimes comes up is like, isn't all of this just auto-scaling? And I hope we've made it clear that this is more than auto-scaling, that you just dynamically add more instances, but you can never go down to zero with auto-scaling, and that you still manage everything in terms of state yourself. That serverless and stateless is more than just auto-scaling, even though it might solve parts of the same problem. It's really only, it's probably less than half of the solution, just because you need to think about state very differently in a serverless and stateless environment. And with that, that's it. Do you have any questions? I'll try to repeat the questions for the recording. Yes, please.
So you talked about using the blob storage in the right pattern. Like, I guess that means that you should try to, for example, send bigger chunks of data into it with less frequent requests. How do you then deal with reliability on the process, which is kind of getting the data from the user basically and feeding it into the blob storage?
Yes, so the question was basically about the right access pattern for writing data and like the trade-off between having large enough data chunks and then writing the data frequently enough. So part of the solution here is this transaction log then. So the basic assumption, at least for us, I think that's quite similar for most others, is that the write comes in, you batch a couple of transactions together and write that transaction log, and only then you acknowledge it back. The data then is still kept on that indexing tier before being written to that index store, but the guarantee is basically it's in a transaction log. So if this node, whatever node here indexes your data dies, you can always get it out of the transaction log. So for the transaction log, you might have to the trade-off that you write smaller chunks of data, but before you write, you create bigger chunks here that are then also easier to retrieve. So you don't have like a gazillion very small files, but you have larger chunks that ideally you prepare depending on your access pattern. So for example, if you have, I don't know, let's say anything that is close to a time series, like logs and anything with a timestamp, you can then just sort the data in that, and you retrieve like a span of time, and you have like those data always put together, so the retrieval is much simpler. In a transaction log, you might have to have the trade-off that you do smaller and more requests just for the durability, but that is the trade-off, that the writing of the actual data, which then goes into the searching, and in many scenarios, like you will search way more often than you actually write the data, that you can optimize for that. So there is a bit of a trade-off in the access patterns. Our assumption, I think, and the general assumption is that the data is being read more than it's written. So you want to batch that together in some format that optimizes for retrieving, like not too many data chunks, but fewer data chunks and larger ones, rather than having these tiny reads. Because yes, the access pattern from a local SSD is totally different than with these blob stores. So that's kind of the way to go there. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Yes, please.
So we store a whole bunch of data in S3 for analytics purposes, and it is essentially around hot spotting and hot partitions. The way we partition it is by year and then month and then a date for easier querying. So the question to you is, because we might not be at a high enough scale to notice the hot spotting, but do you think it is a bad practice what we do?
So the question was hotspotting with a year, month, date pattern for writing. So your writes always go to the same. So it's not historic data that you're processing, but it's basically today's data. So all your writes are basically going to today's bucket.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's great in terms of distribution because you have this hotspotting, and depending on your cloud provider, you will find that in the documentation. So I only picked the GCP example, which was here, but there is similar documentation for S3 and Azure as well. They all have, or maybe you need to talk to support. We've also spoken to support. Maybe they don't make that super public because for many average scenarios you don't feel it, but if you try to push the limit, you might. But hotspotting is generally a thing. I think S3 also has a caching layer that for reading can kind of like offset that problem if you have to basically exploit locality, that you always read the same bucket, that it will cache the data, but that's very S3 specific for reading. And I think then it just depends on like the amount of data that you name. I think our fear is that if we have like a very large client and they write to the same bucket because we have incremental buckets or whatever, and all their writes always go to the same bucket, that we might create a hotspot, or that maybe we put 3 noisy customers close together, and that we might not end well. I think as long as it's working, it's probably not a problem. But yeah, hotspotting is still a thing. I mean, it's a classic IT problem, and I think even though it's abstracted behind 5 layers at this point, it's not really going away. And on the negative side, you see it as hotspotting. On the positive side, you say like, oh, we exploit the locality. So I think it's a bit of a trade-off again, what makes sense and how it combines well. Anything else? Otherwise, thanks a lot for joining. If you want to have stickers, take some stickers so I don't have to carry them home. And thanks a lot for joining.
Hello everybody, my name is Callie Doffey and I am a data scientist in the open source program office at Red Hat, and we'll be talking today about community metrics and what to measure and why. So the three different parts of this presentation will first be going into the value of community metrics. Why do you even want to spend time doing this? The methodology behind generating these community metrics, and the major point that I would like you to leave with is the analysis lessons learned. So, what can strong community metrics enable? First, I'm not going to tell you that data analysis or automation is going to be the one thing that informs all of your community decisions. It's actually the opposite. This is to build off of your own open source community knowledge, incorporate others, and potential biases and perspectives not considered. This allows you to be able to integrate people's special knowledge around communities. For example, there might be one person in your community who is really informed about events and how that can impact community activity, and maybe on the code base, maybe that be in your matrix channel. And another person might be able to know a lot about PR behavior and what tendencies show a positive trend for your community and what might be a little bit of an indicator that things might not be going as well. Another thing is that this can help you stay informed in a sustainable way. We all have 1,001 things to keep up with, and it never feels like we have enough time in the day. If an answer about your community takes 10, 15 hours to get, you aren't going to do it regularly, if ever. And the last thing is, there is so much data around repositories in every aspect of communities. How do you start to work through it? There is so much pressure around being data-driven, and you can go the angle of getting a metrics on the slide to just try to validate your expertise, but how can we start to pick through this needle in a data haystack and what to look at to actually inform your decisions? So, the first thing when thinking about a metric is about the perspective you want to receive or gain. And there's a few things to start considering here. Is your main goal to gain information, or is it to influence action? Whenever there is an area of your community that is not understood, or are you trying to take your first step to getting there? Or is there an initiative that is already in place that you're trying to decide of, you're already trying to decide, or are you trying to decide on the initiative yourself? Next thing you want to consider is, are you trying to expose area of your own improvement, or are you trying to highlight strengths? There are times when you want to hype up your community and show how great it is, especially when you're trying to show business impact or advocate for your community to people outside of it. But whenever it comes to informing yourself about your community, most of the time identifying shortcomings is where you're going to have the true value. There's no problem in highlighting strengths, but there's a bit of a time and a place. Don't use metrics and visualization just as a yes man just to tell you how great you are. Last thing, you want to consider whether you're looking for measuring community impact or business impact. The language that many businesses speak is numbers and data. That can make it incredibly difficult to advocate for your community in that landscape and make sure that people actually listen to your messaging instead of actually just trying to figure out if you have a valid point to make. So whenever you want to do this, you want to start speaking in their own language, which is numbers and data. Then on the flip side, potentially you're trying to look at the community impact. Maybe this is looking at open source impact overall, within your community, or to the entire open source ecosystem. These aren't always like an either or situation, but this framing helps kind of focus in on what type of metric you want to make. So, when talking about general data science and machine learning work, some version of this graph is what you're going to see. For this presentation, we're going to be mainly focusing on this first step, the codifying problems and metrics, and a little bit into the collection and cleaning. From a data science perspective, this presentation can be looked as a case study of this step. And this step is also the one that's usually overlooked. It's not the fun or exciting one. Everyone wants to go to training models and doing the fancy stuff. but this is usually where the true value of your analysis comes from. You don't just wake up one day and know exactly what you want to measure and what's going to bring value. So let's start to really hone in on the goal of our time here, which is codifying problems and metrics. The tooling debate is for another time, or you can come find me after this talk and I will rant about it all day. And so first, this starts with truly figuring out what you want to know, what data you have, and how to get us to the true goal of thoughtful execution of data analysis. So we're going to be going into a couple of different analysis angles and breaking down these different scenarios. And these are just the main examples for this talk, and a lot of these points can be applied just generally throughout. So this first scenario is building upon current data analysis. So say that you're already starting to go down the path of doing metrics, and you already know what is generally useful for your community, and you want to start to build off of it and make it better. The idea here is to start off of your traditional community analysis, and it's like commits over time. That's cool, and it's something we always see, but what does that actually tell you about your community? So let's look through a few examples here. First, let's think about numbers of contributors over time. It's great to have on a slide that, for example, you have had 120 different contributors. But how can we take it the slight step further to actually start to inform ourselves? So we can look at maybe active versus drifting contributors. This is the same exact data, but you can start to see the breakdown between, okay, how many people total have been involved in our community, how many people have, say, been involved in the last 3 months, and is that trend starting to go down? Are people leaving the community? And you can start to investigate why. Another thing you can break down into is looking at repeat or flyby contributors. So are there contributors that are just coming in and opening a single issue, maybe patching a bug and leaving? Or is this contributor base very solid and staying consistent and active over time? Another example is the classic commits over time. Great, you know that you had 200 commits last month and 100 commits this month. What else can we learn from this? The depth of commits can be a really important factor. Maybe those 200 commits just came from a hackathon and a bunch of college students decided to put a period in a bunch of different places to bump up their score. Versus that 100 commits might have been a huge overall in the entire code base, and so that's a completely different perspective which you wouldn't have gotten just from the commits over time. Another portion of this is commits by subsets of contributors. This is actually something that I'm really focused in on right now and starting to figure out, okay, what factors of or what portions of your code base is dependent on one, maybe two people. How many people have touched these certain areas of the code and for how long? If those people leave, what happens? You probably want to know this before those people leave, because once that happens, then all of that knowledge has been lost. Versus if you kind of look ahead on this, you can start to have that knowledge share so it's not some disaster that happens in your community. So then we're going to be looking into scenario 2, which is community campaign impact management. That's a lot of words. Let's break it down a little bit. Let's think meetup, conferences, or any community initiative. How do you start to measure the impacts and establish goals? These two steps actually feed into one another. Whenever you establish your campaign goals, you should also be considering how to actually measure and detect this impact. A lot of times people get really excited for actually going forward and applying and doing things within the community, and that's not a bad thing. But a lot of times you can get 6 months and a year out, and it can feel very unfulfilling if you have no way of determining if anything actually changed from all of the effort that you went into it. And so a lot of times these two steps kind of feed into each other over time. And a really good example of this is actually some work that I've been doing with the Fedora community and their goal of doubling their contributors by 2028. We have been discussing what does it mean to be a contributor? What is a contribution whenever it comes to the counting of these metrics? And what repos, sites, different chat channels, what do we need to look at to be able to be measured? By discussing what we're looking at to measure, you can start to make more targeted goals and what you want to do to be able to impact these numbers. And so we're going to be now going into scenario 3, which is where we're going to spend the majority of our time for this presentation. The prior examples can be viewed as different portions of this cycle, and it's pretty much living. You're going to be hopping from the end back to the beginning over time as you start to develop more of your visualizations. And for me, I'm honestly a lot more of an examples person. We're first going to go through the entire methodology of it and then do an entire example to see how this would apply. So, the first step in this process is to break down your focus area and the perspectives. And this is where you take into account those perspectives that we discussed in the earlier slides. And I like to think about this in 3 different parts. First, let's think of a magic 8 ball. Whenever I was a kid, I had that little plastic toy and you could shake it up and ask it anything. For example, I could shake it up right now and ask if Max Verstappen is going to win or get pole tonight for the Canadian Grand Prix, and it's probably going to say certainly it is. Anybody who watches Formula 1 gets that reference. So this can be applied to your analysis area. If you could get any answer about your community right now, no limitations, what would it be? The next step with that is to talk about the data. From that magic 8 ball question, what are your data sources that could potentially have anything to do with that question? You don't want to be limited, rather gather anything that you could have possibly applied. Now, with the context of the data, your magic 8 ball question in your focus area, what questions could be answered that could bring you closer to your goal? Most of the time, you cannot ask the direct question that you want, but you can start to get pieces of it. But be careful, because it can be very easy to want to take those pieces and bring it all back together and say that's going to answer your original question. There's usually a lot of assumptions that can come into play there, so you just need to be careful about how you aggregate your different analysis points, and sometimes you just want to take them piece by piece. Next step is converting this question into a metric. And so this is going to be, you're going to go through these steps each time for that final part of the step 1. So that first thing that you want to do is to take the overall data that you were looking at and get the specific data points that you would need. Maybe you looked at, okay, I want all of the data around these specific repos, and then once you get here, you realize that you just want to look specifically at the data around the pull requests. The next thing you want to do is considering what type of visualizations are going to best represent this data to answer the questions that you're looking at. Is it going to be a pie chart, or is it going to be a bar chart with a couple of different layered plots, maybe a line chart over the top of that? And then next, you're going to want to look at the insights and actions that is able to come from this. Hypothesize what would be the impact of this information and how you would incorporate it into your community. Then you want to go straight into the collaboratory portion of this, and you want to go to the most skeptical person you know in your community to bring this to and tell you every single reason why you're wrong. Usually this is the step where all of the magic happens. The best analysis and the different things that I've done have always come from this portion of it. You're not going to come up with your best ideas in a silo, and that skeptical person is who you need to come in and bring you back down to earth. And so next, we're going to be looking at the analysis and action. Not in every single scenarios will we go through every single step in this, but we'll start to walk through it. Now that you have this hypothetical visualization or metric, the first thing you want to consider is if this aligns to the prior knowledge around your community. If it does align with your prior knowledge, make sure to step back and see if there was any assumptions that you made to kind of cater those results to what you already thought existed. And if it doesn't match, make sure to go back and check to see if there was a data or calculation issue. Be very thorough here, or if this was just something that was priorly misunderstood part of your community. From there, we can start to look at community and initiatives that can be implemented from this analysis. And so we can inform those initiatives from the analysis, and we want to make sure they are geared to be measurable in some way. And then from here is where we would start to observe these community initiatives. In the scenario where we are not actually able to observe anything, is it a scenario where you're not measuring the right things? Are you looking for activity from commits and PRs whenever the actual activity that's being impacted is people in a matrix channel now starting to communicate more to new users? Or does the actual initiative strategy need to change? So that was a whole lot of information. Now let's go more into a concrete example. So let's say that my focus area is to analyze new contributors and what their actions are for the first time. So my magic 8-ball question here is, are people having an experience in the community that convert them into being consistent contributors? Now I want to consider what data that I have that go into this analysis area and magic 8-ball question. And for here, I would like to look at individual contributor activity with repos and their repos and with timestamps. So now that we have our data and our magic 8-ball question, let's break it down into a couple of different subcomponents and take them all the way to the end. So if we're looking at this from like the prior step examples, we're gonna go from step 2 to step 3 for each question, because if we try to hop around, it just gets really confusing. And at the end of this presentation, I'll actually be showing what these visualizations look like implemented. So first sub question is, how are people coming into my community? I want to be looking at new contributors and seeing what their first action is. And so the specific data that I'm going to be looking at is the contributions, issues, PRs, comments, all of the above, by contributors over time and only looking at that very first action. And the visualization that I choose to look at this is taking first-time contributions and breaking them down over the quarter. And so now that we have that visualization, we now can look at the extension of, okay, what can we start to look at next? Let's say I start to talk to different people and we start realizing that we want to take this visualization one step further and breaking it down by quarter and looking at if the contributor is going to be a repeat contributor or if the actions point to being a flyby contributor. And so this breakdown, we can start to look at if there's any trends between that first action and whether somebody is going to open an issue, maybe do a bug and leave, or become an active member of the community. And so let's start to think about potential actions that could be informed by knowing the activity for flyby or repeat contributors. We can start to consider if our current documentation supports contributors for that first contribution that points to being a consistent member of the community. Is there a way that we can support new communities more in these actions? Is there a consistent contribution that points more towards that repeat contributor, but it's not happening very often in that case? We can say that PR could be a common for repeat contributors, but overall most people don't do that for their first activity. Maybe something we can do as a community is starting to label first new issues and put that a part of our contribution documentation, or start to create a PR buddy system for new members of the community. A second sub-question that we can look at in this area is, what is the conversion rate from first-time contributor to an active or repeat contributor? And the data we are going to be using is the same one as before. And we're going to be looking at the visualization. I decided to look at the visualization of a pie chart of looking at what percent are converted and which ones are not. Some of the questions that we can start to ask and be answered around these visualizations is that number or percent starting to go down? Is there something we're doing differently in the community, or is there something that's kind of fallen off the table to start bringing down that conversion number, people starting to leave, or first-time contributors are not having as positive an experience within the community? And is there a little bit of a trend for ones that stays? This is another way that we can answer some of the similar questions from the prior visualization. And a lot of times it's really helpful to have one question that can be potentially answered by multiple different visualizations because it provides different perspectives and start to inform an overall answer. The last sub-question of this is our code base really dependent by flyby contributors? And this is a visualization we could look at here is total contributions and breaking it down by repeat or flyby contributors. And some questions that we can start asking is this a ratio that we like? Is there a lot being done by flyby contributors and maybe that's an underutilized resource? And we're not doing our part to making it a welcoming community and bringing people in. Now we're gonna go into analysis lessons learned. If you take anything from this, please let it be the last couple of slides. So, might be a shock to come from a data scientist. Numbers and data analysis are not facts, no matter what people say. You can make them say anything that you want to. And your internal skeptic should be very alive and well when you start to build your own visualizations. The iterative process and bringing different people in to question what you're doing is what's going to bring the true value. And you don't want your analysis just to be a yes man to what you were already thinking before. Take time to take a step back and evaluate the assumptions that you are making through this process. And if a metric just points you in a new direction to investigate, that's a huge win. You can't look at everything and consider every single aspect of the community. So if there's just some anomalies on a graph that you can start to look at to investigate more, that's a huge win. You would have never known to look into those areas. And it could really just be a conversation starter to take some ideas to a completely new place. And sometimes exactly what you want to measure is not going to be there, but it can bring in valuable pieces to a puzzle. But just like if you try to put those two puzzle pieces together and it kind of cracks it, whenever you try to force an answer and solutions that are not there, it can start to bring you down a very dangerous path. Leaving room for the goals of analysis to change can actually lead you a lot of times to a better place than you thought that you were going to before. Another thing to consider is that data analysis is the start. Each scenario that we went through today is just starting at different points of the same cycle. That first example is that second go around of analysis after you made that first time pass. The second example is looking at whenever the goals and scope was established to an extent of a community initiative and starting to feedback loop of what that initiative is and how to measure it. And the third example is coming in with a brand new idea starting from scratch in your data analysis. You should never stop asking if more context is needed or if it's truly answering the questions that you want. Most of the time, it's usually a yes and situation. And sometimes you need to ask yourself if you're actually asking the correct question in the scenario. And there's just so much going on, whether that be around data, your community, just trying to be a human. If you can cut down the amount of time it takes to get information or create an easy system to check things at a regular cadence, that is a huge win. If something is going to take you 15, 20 hours, you're not going to do it regularly. But if you can create a system that takes 10 to 15 minutes a week to check, that is something that you can stay consistent on. So, with the closing thoughts, data is a tool. It's not an answer, but it can bring together insights, information, and individual knowledge to make it more accessible to everyone that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. And the methodology is so vital to the success of the overall analysis. You have to get comfortable with breaking down what you want to know into manageable chunks and start to build off of that. Taking a step back, open source community data analysis is a great example of the care that needs to be taken with all data science. You must take in the nuance of the subject matter and the topic area, and open source communities are about as nuanced as it gets. The process of working through what needs to be asked and what is the answer and breaking it down at the very beginning is something that's often overlooked. People want to go straight into implementing a new visualization, playing with the data before asking what they want to do in the first place. Knowing what to ask can truly be the hardest part. And when you're coming up with something, and when you can come up with something insightful and innovative after spending that time thinking about it yourself, bringing in other people, that's when you're going to truly bring something exciting along. So if you're a community member with no data science experience, just looking for a place to start, I hope you see from this presentation how vital your perspective is, even if you don't write a line of code, implement any visualization yourself. That inside of the community and the different perspectives and nuance specifically around whatever community you're part of is extremely important. And you are the one that brings the insights, not necessarily just the data. And I hope you can see all of the places you can be involved in this. And if you're a data scientist or somebody in your community that is applying the analysis or visualizations, you need to listen to the voices around you, even if you're also actively a member of this community. And so, thank you. I'll be taking questions, and also I'll pull up the graphs that we were talking about a little bit earlier. And this is for the conveyor community. Sweet. Yes.
So are you applying, or have you applied these concepts to the Linux kernel?
To the Linux kernel directly? No.
Are you interested in doing it?
If they're all Git-based repositories, we can put them into our graphs and see what happens. All of the visualizations that we're building right now, as long as it's a Git-based structure, we can use it building. This is actually called the application here is actually called 8-Knot. Any other questions? Yeah.
So how's Red Hat using this data?
Please repeat the question for recording.
But, oh, just repeat the question. How is Red Hat using these visualizations?
Yeah.
There's been a couple of different examples. These specific visualizations we haven't used as much like directly within Red Hat. Some people within the open source community that are community managers have been looking at these visualizations for how, I guess that is working with Red Hat. So people within the OSPO, whenever they've been working with their communities, have been using this to look at the activity around new contributors. There's been other visualizations whenever there's an assumption that's been put forward by people who are involved in the community whenever it's going in to talk about how that impacts Red Hat products. We have been able to use these visualizations to kind of take it away from being like, does this actually exist? And a lot of times if you don't have proof of something exists, especially from a business perspective, people want to stay there and just discuss the validity. And these graphs have been allowing people to go away from being able to just saying, is this actually happening, to, okay, now what are we going to do about it? So that's been something that's been really exciting, but whenever we started on this path and this project, I really didn't get how valuable it would be to be able to just say, this is what's happening. This is shown in the activity, being able to show concrete evidence, to be able to take away the time of just going back and forth and actually starting to discuss solutions.
So the requests basically usually come from community managers in your case?
Sometimes community managers, or I guess the question is where do these requests come? Sometimes it's community managers, sometimes it's solution architects on the product side who are starting to hear things from customers, and they're starting to go down the rabbit hole of being like, okay, what's going on in the community that's starting to get it to the point to where our customers are not necessarily getting exactly what they want. And so we're actually able to start going back and solving these problems from a community side, not just worry about it from all the way on the product and dealing with the customer's side.
When I was asking, so the source of the data, as you went through the presentation, is mostly from GitHub, or are you using like different sources as well?
Right now, we're working mainly with or just pretty much directly with GitHub data. This is all. All these graphs are supplied by a project called Augur, which takes all the data you could possibly want around a repository, puts it into a relational database, and that's what we plug in with the dashboard that we've built. But we do want to extend outside of GitHub. as this project grows. Sweet. Well, if there's nothing else, then we're good to go.
Yeah. We're good? Yeah.
I forgot what it is. Yeah. So, my date.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So, hello, and I hope that you like this morning, that you had a lunch and everything. But right now I want to share one great ideas with you. But I am afraid that for that I will need some app developer. Is there please any app developer here?
Yeah.
Hello Eric.
My name is Eric.
I'm Petr, Mr. Petr, thank you.
And what's your idea?
Yeah, I have a good idea. Do you have some time?
No, I don't have.
No time, okay, I will pay you money.
Okay, so we can
Maybe,
call
maybe,
now,
yeah,
We can
20 minutes,
Yeah.
it's okay, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Let's start.
so please, what is my idea?
Yes.
When I am traveling to the office or to the pub or somewhere, I saw the people on the streets and they are listening to music.
Okay.
They are singing, they are dancing, they listen to music from the mobile phone. And I was thinking, if they enjoy it so much, what about they will pay for me? They will pay me.
Okay.
What do you think about it? They can pay us. So I need to have an app for that, for listening to music. What do you think about it?
Yes, I think it's a great idea. And how do you want to have it? Or
Yeah, it should be cool.
Yeah.
It should be simple. It should be very interesting music there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it should be working everywhere with no connection, with connection, with 5G connection.
Yeah. Okay, but what
And it
about
shouldn't
the,
be lagging.
Yeah. What about the features and
Features and so on.
yeah.
Hey, I am businessman.
no.
I don't have time. Bye bye. You are the expert. I know. Bye you. Please do your work. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Okay.
2 months later.
Hello, Mr. Peter. I have the
Hello.
report for you here. Can you come
Yes,
over?
I am here.
Oh, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here. So, what's happening?
So,
Show
let
me.
Show you.
Oh, nice. It's so
That's
cool.
Yeah, it's the app for you. I called it Listenify.
Wow, that's a great
yeah,
name.
it's
I like it. I
original,
like it.
Yeah. And we have a lot of features like play and stop button.
Wow.
settings,
Wait
for example.
a minute. Is there anybody who downloaded this app, please? Yeah, come on and please tell us your user experience.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Mr. Petr.
Hello, Mr. Peter and
Yeah.
Tibor.
Eric.
Hello, Eric.
So, what do you think about it? It's great, right?
Yeah, it's a masterpiece. I believe it's like I don't have sounds. It's like having a personal DJ who missed the beats. Have you seen my review even?
A review. Oh, don't use it. Oh, I am afraid I don't have time. Bye bye.
Like
What do you mean by don't use it? Why?
I have 2 buttons, and the most useful is the stop button. Like I don't want to listen to songs from medieval times, bagpipes, you know. Like who wants to listen to that? It's like random music playing. I can stop it. That's useful. I cannot search for the music. I have no suggestions. Like I cannot.
Oh, by the way, thank you. You
Oh.
saved me $10. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
this is very, very helpful.
Yeah, I spend my money on that.
Nice to meet you, Andre.
Yeah, hi
Yeah.
Andre.
I'm the product owner, but they call me
Product,
product
sorry?
something. Yeah, product owner.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. He's the guy who can fix applications.
Yeah.
Like I know him. I had similar reviews on some applications, and then Wild Andre came and fixed everything. I think you need him, but you don't
Okay.
want it. Like why do
Don't
you
worry, don't
want
worry.
it? Like I paid money for this.
I can, no, don't.
Like
Water,
I need
please.
to go
Water,
to work
yeah.
now.
No, don't worry, don't
I
worry.
spent $2, man.
Yeah.
Like
we-
what
we
I
did-
will eat. What I will eat.
Don't worry. Stay calm, cool. Water.
Okay, Mr. Product something. Well, how can we what are your purpose here?
Have you ever tried to see this from a user perspective?
Oh,
Of course not. Okay.
but just a second. We can call the guy the big
The
money.
big money.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, call big money. Yeah, let's.
Oh, okay. Hello, Mr. Peter.
Yes.
Could you come over?
Yes, I
We
can. I'm here. Yes.
Oh, hello.
Oh, who is that?
Hi, Mr.
Oh.
Petra.
I'm
Big
Mr.
money. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm
Hello.
Andre. Yeah.
Andre.
Nice to meet you. I'm the product owner.
Product something.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, what do you need?
So I was reading the reviews and things. So Tibor, I didn't buy your app. It's your app, right?
Yeah, it's my app. Yeah, you didn't buy it. That's pity. I like money.
Yeah, you're precious, right? Okay.
Yeah, my
So
precious.
yeah, I just read it. Like, have you ever tried to use your own app?
Of course, no.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I imagine. Okay, so
Don't have
do you
money.
want to, like, you spend a lot of money here, right?
Yeah, like
Or waste
4
it.
golds, right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's gold.
That's a gold. It is better than Czech and euros. You shouldn't. You just have it. It's okay. It's better.
Yeah, maybe. So can we want to try again?
You want to fix it?
Fix it, yeah.
So you will remove, don't use it, and you will write it is the best app ever?
We will do better. We will make Tibor do that.
Okay, I have 10 minutes. We can discuss it. Yeah, why not?
Okay. I'm not prepared for this. So can you explain me the idea?
The idea, it's easy. Look, when I'm traveling to work, I see people on the streets, and they are listening. Why not? I don't judge them. They are listening to music, but they have phones in their head, and I'm saying, why they don't pay me for that listening? It's a good idea.
Okay, let's do it once. So while you speak, can we take some notes?
Please.
Okay.
Make some notes.
So
Yeah, why not?
imagine that we're talking about topics and try to split your idea into topics. So one more time, you are the user, or you imagine the app.
I should imagine that I am a user
with money.
With money. Okay,
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah.
So it's about songs.
Songs.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like some of them. I don't like some of them, and I want to have it in my playlist. One playlist for traveling to the disco, one playlist for traveling to the job, one's for divorce, and so different moods. Different playlists.
Share later on with me.
Yeah. Why not?
So music search.
Yeah, it's very important. Playlist, music search, and then, as I said, it should be about money. So I need to have different people have different profiles, so I know if they paid me or not.
Users.
Yeah.
It's a fluffy name.
Yeah,
users. Okay?
fluffy money. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, users.
Yeah.
Money. Okay. Yeah. What else?
Socializing.
Socializing.
Because I want to judge the people by their playlists.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Take notes. Okay, great.
Yeah, that will be great.
Nice.
Sorry guys, that's exactly what I wanted from you.
Really?
So,
But I tell you, you didn't understand
Just
it.
enjoy the show. It will be fun.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I took notes and it's right, that's it. What you want.
It's too much. But in song management there are playlists.
Yes, that
and
will be.
managed subscription means money, right?
Yeah.
I am fine with that.
Name,
I am fine with that. That's
okay.
nice.
Don't go. Remember the disaster?
Just 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes you made that disaster, right?
Okay.
If you spend a little more time
Okay,
here,
we can try.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
So let's do it right. And let's start with the most basic function.
Which
Playback
is
control.
Control. I like it. Yeah,
yes.
please.
Master likes it, right? Okay, master. Then you are precious. So playback control. Again, I know it's hard, but money,
Yeah.
So
money.
you are the user. How do you see the functions?
If I open the app, but it is not crashing because yesterday it crashed to the floor with the phone. I tried it.
Users will pay it, don't worry.
Okay. I want to choose the song. I want to hit the button and it will play. I will listen to music.
Okay, so if we start with play, it's the user.
Wait. You use so many papers for that?
The company is paying for the stickers.
Okay,
don't worry.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay, users will pay. Okay, we have a lot of them. So that's it. Uber opens the app, selects a song, hit play, and listen to music.
Yeah,
right?
listen. Yeah.
Nice. What else?
Pause. It's very important.
But if
no pause. Stop. Because when I am listening music, very often somebody call me, for example, lawyers or my wife or some. No, I need to stop the music and I need to answer the call. I'm a businessman. I'm answering
especially the
call.
divorce.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So user opens the app, pretty much the same, and stops.
Yeah. But lots of paper here. But okay.
Don't worry, they are paying for that. And I have a solution.
Okay.
So the pause. You
Yeah,
mentioned
the pause.
Okay.
It's if I, for example, am listening to music and I need to pause it because I like it, but I want to buy a new Lamborghini. And then I can continue, you know?
Fine, so
Yeah.
just to, I tried to do something with these stickers.
Yeah,
so
fine.
can we repeat the play, because we have a lot of greens and use the other ones? Fine. So
Thank
you're
you,
playing
thank
the
you.
song and
Good.
stop. Okay, pause, fine. And
Thank
what
you.
else? What comes next?
Next.
Next,
That's very
right,
important
yeah,
because
amazing.
sometimes I listening, you know, for example, the radio in the car, and there is a Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber.
I need to hit
next.
and it is skipping to something more, what I like. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
No, Justin Bieber.
You don't want to be judged.
No.
Okay, fine. But, okay, you're playing. Does it work? Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
it works.
Okay, right, but I think the next button shouldn't be visible.
When?
Because
Why?
when you
How much?
Open the app, and what should the
The
what should-
situation.
What should the button?
If I am not, for example, in the morning, if I don't know and I don't play, but next, it should play the next one from my playlist.
And if it's just Bieber, next again.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we have a next story, another one, and it's a little bit different, right?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a little different. Yeah.
Don't worry, more minutes later.
Thank you. So Petra, we have all the things for the playback control, right?
Yeah, we have.
But if I ask the developer, can you implement this everything at once?
Yeah, but one thing I need, should we prioritize the things? Because we are doing it in releases, so what do you want first there?
What should come first?
Yeah.
Repeat, because sometimes there is Adele. She is so lovely. I want to listen it again. Repeat again. Repeat. Listen.
And let me guess
repeat.
again.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
I think I got the idea.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
explored. Okay. But to repeat something should be playing, right?
Maybe. Yeah, that's true. So maybe the play is little more priority than a repeat.
Just a little bit.
I could agree. Yes.
Okay.
1 hour later.
Okay, Petra, after all the discussion, that's what we have. We kind of skip it, the repeat,
Yeah.
but we have the next, so you don't need to deal with Justin Bieber.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, people will not judge you. And we have play, stop, and next, right?
Yeah.
Okay, in the end, we have this.
Mhm.
But I have something to tell you.
What?
We need to do that for the others.
It's work. Sorry.
No.
I don't
Remember
have
the
time.
disaster, money.
Money,
Precious,
disaster.
control.
Okay.
Okay, nice.
We can try it. We can try it.
Okay, let's do it.
Approximately 10 hours later.
Okay, Petra, we did everything for all the other features, and we selected what comes in the first release, and the other things they go to the product backlog, and we listen to the users, we select that, and we are releasing stuff. Does it look good?
Wait. I see free trial in the MVP. It will be for free
It's
at the
about,
beginning?
No, it's about addiction. You know something about addiction? Yeah, to money.
It will be
things,
socializing,
control.
creating addiction, more
Yeah, because
money.
they start spreading the word of
I hear it.
listening.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
I can wait.
And
for
later
it.
on we can start.
It will be
yeah, they will
investment at the
so
beginning.
addicted that they will start paying.
And then the money will flow.
Yeah,
Okay.
slowly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, can I talk to the?
Yeah, please talk with developer.
Bye.
No, wait a minute. You will do it, right?
Yeah.
We will do it.
That's a work. You need money.
Oh, thank you.
We are.
Yeah.
You are not engineer. You do nothing. What do you think? Bye.
You pay me, okay? Okay, engineer. Are you okay with that?
Yes, thank you.
So you don't need me, right?
No.
Great, because now you will deal with him and with customers.
No. Stop.
I
need you.
You need me?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
I don't want to deal with
So
them
fast.
anymore.
No? Okay, so.
Oh, yeah, popcorn, yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, you want to share? Okay, so I'll pay. Yeah.
No months later.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Big Money. Could you
Hello.
come over and discuss our result?
I am here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so here is our app.
That's color again?
Yeah.
Why?
Okay,
Okay,
a lot
whatever.
of features here. As you
Features?
can see. Yeah.
Features? I don't care about feature. What about the user experience? They do they started to be addicted?
I don't know.
Do we have
you
anybody?
remember that guy? The Tibor?
Yeah, somebody very stupid, he didn't get it.
We are friends now, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I will call him and we can ask.
Yeah, you can. Why not?
Yo, Tibor, can you come over?
Yeah, I'm on the way.
Oh, he's on the way. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. Yeah, I like the new release of the application.
Really?
Hello, Mr.
Hello,
Peter.
I'm
Great
Mr.
job.
Peter, yeah.
Great job.
I'm
like-
owning this app, you know.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
You did
thank
a good
you.
job.
You.
I don't
That's
know
my
who
thoughts,
helped
you
you,
know.
but
Yeah.
it was a great job. Like I think that this app finally knows me. Like it suggests the Macarena for our party, and we were listening on repeat.
Yeah,
on
I love
repeat.
that.
on
Macarena,
repeat.
yeah.
We were
Yeah,
dancing.
okay.
It was such a great party. And
Addiction.
yeah, addiction.
Ah, they started to be
See?
addicted.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I like
It's
the
nice
feature
to
of
see.
trending music.
Bye.
I like the feature of trending music. Like I didn't know even such Baby Shark
It's
exists.
really lovely, yeah.
Yeah.
It
What
is.
is
Yeah.
Baby Shark? I was
Yeah.
so occupied dealing with him that I was.
I'm sorry about that, yeah.
I will definitely add it to my playlist library with this heart button because I really love it. Like
Could
I will listen to
could
it
you play
and
for it?
yeah, of course
Is
I
it,
will
yeah?
just play it and go earn some
Okay.
money to spend it on this app.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Product something.
Mr. Big Money.
Yeah.
Are people getting addicted to your?
Yeah, it's nice. We will very soon release another things, and there will be payment.
We can.
Finally,
Mhm.
yeah.
So, do you see that I am not an engineer and maybe?
You are not engineer, yeah.
Yeah.
But you really make this engineer, this software engineer who working. He finally created my thoughts, which was great.
They started understanding you, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that you helped me, so you deserve it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you a
much.
lot.
It was a
Good
pleasure.
job, product owner. Good job.
Thanks, Mr. Big Money.
Bye. By the way, money back.
I will get it.
Yeah.
He's not kidding. No, he's not kidding.
I'm not
It
kidding.
wasn't a
It's
joke.
my money. So Q&A. So do you have any questions? It was a disaster what you just see. So no.
No questions.
No questions.
No comments. No addiction.
I need to say, guys, thank you. It was like really great and very talented.
Thank you and thank you.
Yeah.
And the voice was the best. The voice was the best.
It was a must-have.
Okay.
That's it.
If there is no questions, that's great.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So what do you do at Red Hat?
Please, it will be a start.
I am a product owner. And I don't have any money. What are you doing?
The same.
Yeah.
We are basically, look, the message is we are the bridge between the customers, the final users, and we kind of translate it to the developers, to the development teams, and we try to help to facilitate that. So we don't waste time, we don't waste money, and we implement whatever the users will use or they will take advantage of to improve and help. That's it.
Okay, Clara.
So very often I think the problem at Red Hat is that the product owners don't actually have a contact with the customer. Are you experiencing the same issue, and do you think that there is a solution?
Andrei, we left it for you. This is a nice question.
Okay, I heavily engage with my product manager, and she is exposing me to the customers because I'm asking and willing to do that. So a very nice guy called Dimitri Paul told me that you have the business you are developing to or you have partnership with in company A, but in company A there are customers or users inside it. So we kind of need to trespass this company and reach to the final users and kind of listen, because sometimes they have ideas just like the one we presented, and I'll just do it because our people will love it. And in the end, that's not what they are expecting, or it's not useful. So she's trying to expose me as much as she can, but it's time consuming and it's hard to sometimes go to those people. Yeah, they are understanding the word, like the things that they should put me in front of. Like, okay, you need to listen to these people and try to get the things and understand the scenarios, etc., and come back to us. So we're doing some attempts. It's getting there. Yes?
I have a question. So, in this example, it was like a big customer, right? Like big money. So how do we evaluate the type of feature, maybe, from one big customer to many customers? Prioritize.
Let me see if I got your question. So you are asking if how do we manage? He asked us for a feature, and we try to understand if that feature belongs to our product, to like all the customers versus pleasing a single customer. Yeah. Is that the question? Fun fact, I'm dealing with that right now. So some customers, they are pursuing some, or like they are really trying hard to get some features that don't belong to our product. So first, your product should have a vision, what our product should do. Otherwise, you will create something that you try to tackle so many problems, and it's like a Frankenstein. Okay, what is this supposed to do? And you need to be focused. It's not it's not easy, but if you have the statement, or my product should does this, like this bottle should carry water and keep things fresh. I will not add like solid things here, because if someone asks, no, but if I can, no, you can't. This product doesn't solve this problem. Maybe another one. It's hard, but if you have people on your side and understanding that, it makes things easier. And if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I think that is not something to add. It was what we are doing both, I think, what we are trying to do. Yeah.
Thanks for your question.
Yeah.
Whom are you testing the product before going to the final?
Sorry, something was passing.
On whom are you testing the product before going to the final final production?
That's great. There are some mechanisms to try that, but none of them will replace the final user, the end user accessing that. So there are some companies that they just put like 1%, they launch a new feature and they just put this like 1% of our customers will have access to that, and we see how is the damage.
So there are no test groups?
We test internally, of course. We go through like the user stories. We understand, okay, this feature is doing that. So it's actually doing what we expected. Because I try to clarify, the product owner tried to clarify as much as he could and tried to understand the user journey. So there is a lot of work before the final product. Before it reaches to the development team, we kind of go there and try to understand, okay, this, and we try to come up with different solutions. It's good to have technical people in those discussions. I call product trio. It's a product owner, a lead, developer lead, and someone from UX. So us three together, we kind of speak about it, and everyone brings their point of view, or I listen to the customers, I know the technical feasibility of that, and I kind of try to understand from the final user perspective. So we together have more chances to do something that will please the customer or achieve the goals. But it doesn't prevent some disasters, but we try our best. We have the testing, we understand that we're doing what the user stories are supposed to do, and once before launching or in the launching phase, we can do some A/B testing. Okay, half of the customers will go through the new path, the other half will go through the old path, and we can try to understand what is happening. So there are some companies just put 1% of the final users in touch with the new flow or the new feature, and they try to collect things. There are beta testers. You are like about the addiction, we were playing that, but oh, you are a beta tester user, you have access to this before other people, you feel special. So we are dealing with emotions as well. So all those things, and we kind of get a review because, oh, I'm special, they are selecting us to reveal this before others. So, oh, yeah, this is.
If I can maybe just comment a little. It's always about at the beginning when product owner is telling it to the team what they will do. It's really about to specify it very precisely and think about it in this time how the test should looks like. If we don't know, we create a spike for that, and then we have a more understanding and better results. Then there is a testing process which is standard, so it is tested that it is doing, and also here the product owner can check that the requirements are met. And then, yeah, the beta phase and the testing with the partners and so on, yeah, all those stuff is there.
So in your position, if there will be a person who doesn't have any knowledge of what the engineer has, can he manage this position?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
If you want to say no, yes. Because, sorry, I feel it, this is
the
very...
floor is yours,
yeah.
big money.
This is about knowing, I should know my customer, I should know their needs. It's a benefit if I understand the technical stuff, but it is also when I know technical stuff too much and I try to find a solution, I'm not doing my job. I should be there and I should have a voice of customers. I shouldn't be a when I want to solve it, I collect my team, we have a meeting, I am trying to say what we need, and they are providing the solutions. But I really trust them, they have the knowledge, they are the engineers. I am not the engineer, by the way, so yeah.
And yeah, we can yeah, because I was an engineer for 10 years. I was a solutions architect, and I moved to a product owner role. And sometimes I really want to go there and dictate what is the solution, how it should be. Like the solution will be this, you build this way. It's not my job. I can't touch that. I just need to say what it's supposed to do and how it's supposed to behave. Yeah. They will provide the solution.
There were other questions.
There was.
Right.
Yeah.
My question was, how much do you think the automated behavioral analysis and things like that basically replace the production role? Things like Handle or these sort of things that track the user behavior on an application or a product.
I saw a meme in the internet that product owners are safe because the customers or people they really should know what they should ask about. So if we have those conversations to understand and dig further what the person really means. So in the beginning of the presentation, he had something in his head, but he was not able to translate that. So if he was able to write all the specification, etc., in the right way that Eric would understand, and he is sure about what he wants, yes, they can replace us, but I don't think it's the case. Yep, sorry. Yep.
I think this person was first and then you can...
No, there was one.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you wish you have known before you have become a product owner?
Sorry?
What do you wish you have known about the work before becoming?
That would be so fun. Yes, I enjoy what I do.
What was the question?
What would you like to know before joining this role? Did I
okay, what I wanted to know. I wanted to have a training before. I did my training during my path. There was a lot of trainings, but at the beginning it was towards some processes. Product owner is not about processes. Product owner is about communication and about the tooling. This theater maybe was a little, but the way how Andre was asking me, I am calling it a tool. It's very important to know how to properly ask the question to get the answers. So that's what I wanted to know at the beginning. Yeah.
I have a question regarding product vision. how often it can be adapted or changed? Or it's like just one?
Every time it's needed. No, every time it's needed. Product owner should be in contact with product management. We are. And recently we updated in the beginning of the year. And I think that before the end of the year we should check if it is still valid.
I try to replicate something personal. So your life changes, right? So it's the same as the product. Today it makes sense to go in this way, but maybe tomorrow something happened and now, okay, we should start driving in that direction. So in maximum once a year, but you should keep that handy, like, okay, this is my product that should carry water. But maybe in 1 year I can change it, or it doesn't make sense, or the competitor are doing something different. So the users are asking for something different. I found a different niche, I found a different opportunity, and we started talking about it. And crafting the vision, it's important to have more people in the room that we discuss different point of views. So, and there are some recipes to go through it, and it's really nice exercise. Yeah. And that's one person here first.
In your team, you had great engineering team represented by Eric, because he said, thank you for the task, and here it is, it's delivered, no problem. But what could happen is, no, I'm not going to touch this because it's working for years, it doesn't make sense, plus there is this super corner case I want to fix right now because I have to fix it. How do you deal, or if you deal with these?
We are caring about priorities, and there is one another person who was hidden. It's a Scrum Master. I am lucky, I really have one, and if there is this type of things, it's done by him.
It's about a matter of evaluation. So how much this corner case is important? Are you pleasing a single customer, or like you're pleasing a lot of customers? Oh, a lot of customers. Oh, it happens once in a while, just like this. Jupiter crosses Saturn, no, it happens. Okay, but how important is this against other things that customers are, you will beneficiate other people. So it's about there. And how long is in the backlog? Oh, it's here for 5 years. Probably it's not important. Otherwise, we would have done that before.
So is there a nice way how to tackle technical debt or like long-term investments, or like there's like the task that needs some technical preparation?
Do you? I have an answer.
Go.
There is. I am right now working with a project which is a very long project. I would say 20 years, and we have a technical debt, and we have also the features which are very important and other stuff. And we started with sprints, and when we started with sprints, we have one goal: to finish everything in the sprint. We should plan in the way that we finish everything what is in the sprint. If we don't finish what is in the sprint, it is going to technical debt, and I call this type of backlog technical debt, because it means we just touch it and we didn't do that properly. And every time when I have a sprint planning again, I am looking for this very small backlog, and I am asking myself, do we still need it, or this is out of our scope and we can close it at all? The other technical debt, which maybe you are talking about, is the old stuff which we didn't do in the past. Okay, if it is important, I have it in the priority. That's my answer.
And we don't. Can I reply, or do we have time?
You guys have 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay,
1 minute.
I'll do my best. So some people have some strategies to deal with that and keep it alive. So maybe dedicating 20% of the sprint or whatever you are doing, or like a rotation every time someone is taking a look at some item in the technical backlog. So you can explore that in different ways, but the message is, don't let it die. You need to look at that and be friendly, and okay, let's try to handle this, and bring engineering to decide what's most important things.
So it's time to say thank you.
It's time to say thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. Our favorite customer.
Okay, we are good to go.
Okay, so hello everyone and welcome to our today's presentation about Packit and its RPM integration capabilities. My name is Laura and here are my teammates Maya and Macho. So let's start with what have we prepared for you today. So even if I see some friendly faces, so some of you already definitely know Packit, but so that everyone is on the same page, we will do a quick introduction of Packit and its core functionalities. Then Macho will guide us through the Packit downstream automation to Fedora. After that, Maya will talk about the automation for the virtual images. And in the end, very shortly, we will cover the future plans of Packit and we will answer to any of your questions. So, what is Packit project and who is Packit team? Packit has two main goals and these are validating upstream changes happening in repositories in GitHub, GitLab during the time the changes are developed before they get to downstream distributions such as Fedora or RHEL. And the second one is bringing the upstream releases to downstream, specifically to Fedora. And to do this, Packit operates both on GitHub and GitLab. So that's the form we will mostly refer to today, Packit as a service. And there is also a CLI tool which you can install on your Fedora distribution and run locally. So first point, validating upstream changes. You can do this by multiple so-called jobs that you can configure Packit to do. And the most frequently used one is the RPM builds. So for the RPM builds, Packit can react to any pull request, commit, or release in your upstream repository, take the changes and forward it to the Copper build system, and then provide you feedback in the place where you developed the change. So you can see on the screenshot GitHub UI with the commit statuses, and you have there a link to the dashboard. You can see the information about the build, the time, the logs, and everything you need. Then the other also very frequently used job is test, and this one is to test your upstream changes in a very similar manner. And for this, we are using the testing farm infrastructure. So similarly, you will have the feedback about the tests in the GitHub UI, as you can see, and then you can be redirected to the testing farm infrastructure and check the logs there. There are also other jobs that you can configure, such as Koji Scratch builds or the VM image builds that Maya will guide you through. And then there is the second point, and that's the automating of the Fedora releases. This I will leave up to Matteo, since he will very detailedly show you how we do this. In this diagram, you can basically see all the services Packit interacts with. So on the left side, we have the GitForge, GitHub, or GitLab. Then we have the Copper testing farm. And on the right side, there are the Fedora-specific things like distribution Git, Koji, Bodhi, and Packit glues everything together and eases the integration of upstream and downstream. And if you still don't believe me, you can check the icons on the screen. Here are only some of our users, hopefully satisfied with Packit. So, and to cover all the parties, on this slide you can see the Packit team or our GitHub avatars. So these are we. And now I will pass the floor to Matteo.
Okay, so how the code gets to the Fedora Linux. I will do a quick poll to make sure how deep do I need to cover the topics I will talk about. So raise your hand if you have ever been in the packager group and has done any releases in the dist-git. Okay, so that's like maybe a half, and so I will go into the details. And how many of you have ever used Packit? Okay, that's a bit less, but still enough. Okay, so how does it work? As a user of my favorite Linux distribution, I don't care about any stuff in the between, right? So there is an upstream, someone develops a project, I develop my app, I do something with it, I do some releases, and as a user, what I want to do? I want to run DNF install and upgrade, get the latest version, or get the application itself in the beginning. I don't care about anything in between. And that is something that I will go through because someone needs to do that. So what happens in between? As I said, in the upstream someone develops and they release versions, and then someone needs to get them to the downstream. So how do we do that? Of course, there are many Linux distributions. Each of them has a different way of building the packages. And in our case, we will talk about RPM-based distributions. So what do? We have something called leukocyte cache. So someone releases the new version. We take the sources that we need to build the RPM from, and we upload them to the leukocyte cache. It keeps the sources, and that's still not enough, right? Are sources the only thing I need? Of course not. I need to know how to build them. So in this case, you can see that we have a dist-git, and what do we keep there? We keep there some files that are arbitrary. In our case, we sync our configs and also a current version of the project that ran the last job. And apart from them, you can see a spec file, which is basically a series of steps that is used to create the RPM package, and sources, which references the archives in the leukocyte cache. And we're still not there, right? We have sources, we have some scripts that can build them, but we still don't have the packages. So what do? We have a build system that's called Koji. So you can trigger build there. What does it do? It takes the spec file, it takes the sources, it produces an installable RPM package. So we can install it and we can use it. However, we get the package, but that's still not in the distribution. So what do we do next? We have an update system. What does it do? We basically have the RPM build, and what do we do next? We need to get it to the users. So we create the update, and what happens next is someone going through testing stage. I can install it via the instruction in the update. I will show them in more detail later. So you test it, you can provide any feedback on it, you can give karma, and if you find bugs, you can basically postpone the release to the stable branch. If you are satisfied, you can give the positive karma and the release can get into the stable. And then we're there. User can install it and is happy. Okay, so I went pretty quickly through those steps, but I will go one by one with a real life demonstration. And how can we help with that? So today I've released a new version of our package, and also a warning to photosensitive people: I will be swapping a lot between slides and browser, so be careful. And what do we have? We have a release, it's a pull request, so what can we see there? We can see there is a changelog, and we also keep a spec file in the upstream, so you can see changed version, and also there is a new entry in the spec file. So what happens next? It gets merged. I have a prepared release. I've called it the DevConf release because it's for this demonstration, and I've released this an hour ago. I wanted to do this live, but we have a lot of releases for Fedora, for Apple, so I didn't want to take chances of waiting 10 minutes for the PRs to propagate to dist-git. So I've done this beforehand, and we can see them right here. So those are the pull requests that we create. There might be a question: why do we create the pull requests? And the reason is that maintainer has the last word. He has to decide if it meets the quality requirements, if it meets the packaging guidelines. So we create those pull requests. You need to review it, and then you can merge it. So for the live demonstration, I will probably pick the one to the latest Fedora. and we can see the changed files, and I also have enough time to run the Zool pipeline. And what do we have? We can see the version of the packet that created this pull request. We can see the changed version, we can see the changelog, and we have also uploaded the, why do you do that? We have also uploaded the new source to the Lucasite cache so we can use it for the build. So what am I going to do? I am going to merge it so we can talk about our integration while the service does its job. So we have seen a lot of PRs, and the reason is that we have two instances. We have one for testing, we have one for production, and at the same time we test both propose downstream and pull from upstream. So we create a lot of PRs. It's like propose downstream, pull from upstream, twice times 2 per instances, and times each truth. So there's a lot of those. And of course, I mentioned the Koji builds where we build the RPMs, so we can automate that too, and we can also automate the body updates. So as you could see the PRs, there is upstream to the downstream. We have two jobs. One is propose downstream and the second one is pull from upstream. I will describe the difference between those. And as I said, what we do, we just take the archives, upload them, and we create a pull request with the needed changes. So what does the propose downstream do? And you can see a pretty simple definition. What's the job? It gets triggered on the release. And where do we propagate the changes? In this case, Fedora all. So what does happen? Propose downstream lives in the upstream repository, so it's very good for the maintainers that have control also over the upstream repository. So you create a config, you enable the GitHub app, and well, we listen for releases. And if you have it configured, we do our job. And the other one is pull from upstream, and there was a demand for this feature because not every upstream likes to have the distribution specific packaging files in their upstream repository. So what can you do? You can switch to pull from upstream. You define the job in the dist-git, which is directly in the Fedora. And what we will do, we'll just listen to a different service that provides the notification for release. And you don't even need to touch the upstream at all. Okay, so we also have advanced configuration. There are actions, so you can configure the way we create the pull requests and also the change logs. If you want to sync some files, you can configure it. And by this time, hopefully it got merged. So there should be a running build. And we don't have it yet, I guess, unless I missed it. Okay, so there's no build yet, so I will carry on, and this is basically what I've just said, so we can skip this. And the Koji build. So what does happen here? We have the changes included in the downstream. What do I need to do? I just basically need to build the RPM, right? So in this case, we have a Koji build job, and we listen only for our commits and our pull requests. And the reason is that there are happening mass rebuilds, and we would trigger the builds for those, and we don't really want to do that. And also, other use case is rebuilding Koji site tag. I won't go into those details. So we don't want to run for everything, just what we know that is ours and makes sense for us to run. And I guess that way we get to body updates. So after the Koji build is done, what do? We create a new update in the body. You can review it. You should test it, of course, before pushing it to stable. And then after it gets to stable, user is happy and can use it. So let's have a look if we got, yeah, we have a one build running. And I'm not really sure if that build will make it till the end of my section. So we can keep it for later. And I will give the floor to Maya that will describe the upstream code into VM images.
Yeah, now we talk about how we can take our upstream changes and get it into a complete operating system to be able maybe to test it into the system. And first of all, we need the changes. And we, in the example, we will use this simple project we have in Packet, and the change is just it is just a change in the color of the hello world sentence. And after this, we should put these changes in a RPM, but this RPM should be shared with others. It's not yet released, and the way to do this is to put it into a Copper shareable repository. And last step is to use the image builder from console.redact. And we unpack it. Oh, yeah, and the last thing, the final image can be any of these. So you can build many different kinds of images. And we in Packet can help you with these different steps. How you should create these two jobs inside the Packet YAML. And yeah, the first job is really simple. It's the Copper build job. You are telling us how we should create the Copper build for which targets. The second job is a bit more complicated, but most of these data are needed to customize your image, so are needed for the image builder. Yeah, we are saying here that we want an Amazon Web Service image, and also that we want to install in the final image the Hello World package. And we are also sharing the image with our Amazon ID, Amazon Web Service ID. And this is almost it. Just one more small thing. By default, if you don't specify anything, Packet will create a temporary project, Copper project, where to put your custom RPM. And the image builder job will use that Copper repository. In the case you want to customize your Copper project, you need to put these keys, owner and project, both in the Copper build job and the VM image build job. Yeah, we already said that we can share the final image with our Amazon ID. And yeah, final step. When you are ready, when you want to test your change, then you can comment your pull request with this command. We don't do this automatically to save some resources. We think that it's not always worth to test the last change we have done, since an image is something big. We'll let you to tell the system when you need it. And yeah, what you get at the end is this link. It's a link to the Amazon Web Services that brings you to your image. And there is also another way in which you can do the same thing, but without using the service instance. You can do this by your command line, and this time you need to create a token to be able to access the image builder service. You need to put this token into the .config packet YAML. But after you have done this, you can simply build your sources through this command into the image builder. Through the image builder, this time you will get a link to the image builder service, and into the image builder service, you will find the Amazon Web Services link. And yeah, in both ways, you can arrive here. You can launch your Amazon Web Service instance, and you can test that really we have changed the color in the hello world sentence. And yeah, that's it. All for the virtual machine.
Okay, so if you are interested in any of the functionality that was mentioned, here is our documentation page where you should be able to find what you need. And now let's talk a little bit about the present and future of Packit. So in Packit we are still developing new features, but of course we are focused on some things more like on the others. Currently we are trying to make the downstream automation more robust and fitting multiple use cases of downstream packagers. And then a big focus is on the VM image builds, where at the moment the functionality is really simple, as you could see, but we are definitely trying to make it more complex and customizable. So these are all the steps we have been through. The only thing left is the Q&A, but before that, if you want to get in touch with us, there are multiple ways you can get in touch with us on Matrix, in Slack. We have a Fosstodon account, and then if you have any issue, you can also check our namespace on GitHub, and I will definitely answer you there. And also, if you don't know what to do next on the conference, we will have or we are already having a Packit booth today and tomorrow in the e-block. And then there are some interesting talks you could see. So we have mentioned in the beginning the testing farm. So testing farm is having 2 talks. And then if you want to hear about how our users use Packit, you can go to the Journey of Automation talk. And that's it. So now it's time for your questions, if you have any. Yeah, go on.
I have a question. Well, could you please turn back several slides? About fetching from the sources to the yeah.
Somewhere here?
That's enough. Yeah. Thanks. In real life, package maintainers have to deal with many patches, many rebasing patches, and so on and so forth. I understand that it's near impossible to automate rebasing patches, but are there any best practices for using Packit in such real-life configurations? Thanks.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. So the question is, when you have a lot of patches in the downstream, how should you use a Packit with that and automate it? Yes, so we realized that there were some issues with the patches, and if you have a very lot of patches, we had a SourceGit initiative, and that was led by our former colleague. So the idea was to basically unpack the sources and have like a mirrored repo that acts like the unpacked archives. So you have the whole commit history, and on top of that you have the patches, and you were able to locally rebase it. And we also tried to automate it, and I'm not really sure in what state it is, so you could probably reach to us at the booth and we could talk about it in more detail.
Thanks.
And maybe just to add, like Packit tries to cover mostly the cases where the package is really simple and automate this type of packages. Any other question? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, you were talking about building virtual machine images. I was just wondering if you're planning to add the built-in container-based images, for example, to test and how it is related with Delta and Postman, or if there's any plan in such a process? Because you're building virtual machines, so now I'm thinking about the container world.
Yeah, you want to answer?
I have an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in packet you can skip the proper building, you get the VM with root and you can do whatever you want. So you have the tree, the Git tree, directly checked out on the commit, and you can basically do proper build yourself on the VM and do whatever you want.
So we can actually contain.
You can use counter. Of course, it will be not. But if you want to produce a download the plugins, you will want to also anyway upload it somewhere to some registry. Otherwise, like you could just do it. You don't want to test it, for example. If you want it as an artifact, like an output artifact, something that you can consume, or of course. Yeah, so you need to. That's a little bit the problem that with packet we are not able to like pass over the secrets, because if we could, then you could just pass over the fly secrets or secrets to the Docker registry and just upload it yourself. Actually, Rivals is building on testing farm their own VM images, but also images, container images.
So we are not releasing Fedora-based container images using packet at all. No.
Okay.
Now
And
it is
maybe. Okay, so the answer came from Mira from the testing farm. So that, and just to add, so yeah, in the testing farm you can either use the copper build built by us, or you can skip completely this step. And then I also forgot to mention that in our future plans we would definitely like to integrate the building of the VM images with the testing farm. So that's something.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question?
How to release management?
Yeah, let's see. So the Koji build is done, and we should have so we have the update there created 9 minutes ago, and we see the changes, and somewhere there should be also instructions how to install it, and you can test it, provide karma, and if you are satisfied, it can get shipped to stable.
And no automated tests?
I think we have a Zool, and in Bodhi we don't have the tests. But we also have a testing farm for this, so why would we test here?
Add the plan to the diskette and it will run, right?
Security scan.
Okay.
I'm curious, you showed us the packet creates some packet file during the pull request. What do you use the reference for the version of the packet? Why is it there?
You mean the README
You mean this?
Yeah.
It can be used for debugging.
It's
So
usually for the debugging.
with the production, we move the production once a week, so we should be able to tell which version ran the job. But in the case of stage, it's tracking the main branch, so as we merge, it gets deployed to stage. So with this one, it makes it easier to check when the bug was introduced.
Yeah, go on.
The packet defines a lot of jobs as you described. Each job has some definitions stored somewhere, and I'm curious what are the places where this can be stored, because I can imagine that not each upstream project is okay to have these definitions in the main repository.
Yeah. So in general, if you are using the GitHub or GitLab integration and you want to verify your changes upstream, you will have the configuration in the root of the upstream Git repository. But if you want to use Packit only for the automating of the releasing to Fedora, you can only place the configuration in the this-git repo and don't touch upstream at all.
So to sum it up, on the upstream you can run copper builds and also the upstream Koji builds and tests. And on the downstream you can define just this part. So it gets released, we create a pull request. Once it gets merged, we build in Koji and then create a body update.
Any other questions? Yeah, Peter?
Are there any plans about automation in CentOS streams?
Yeah, so it's a topic that we discussed multiple times, and currently there is some ongoing discussion with an outside contributor, and we might consider it, but it's not our primary plan. Okay, anything else? If not, then thank you for attending this talk, and see you at the booth maybe, if you have anything else you want to ask.
Welcome everyone. Today I'm presenting what is about being an open leader in the real life. I'm Stefano, long story short, 13 years in Red Hat, senior manager, and also manager of the community of practices of open leadership. So, before starting talking about open leadership, let's set what is a leader in this context at least. A leader is not something that is endowed by formal authority. It is more everyone in a group, in a company, in an organization that could do one or more of those functions, provide vision and strategic direction, clarifying values, establish or reinforce connection, create and maintain momentum, mentoring and coaching. Basically, what normally we think leadership in a general, from a general perspective, not necessarily in a company. And this is important because, again, is nothing related to hierarchy, is nothing related to any formal or invested authority. But before going on, we are talking about open leadership. So I would ask you if you wanted to play just a second with me with Menti. There is a QR code if you can use it, or use menti.com with that code. And well, open leader has 5 well-known characteristics defined formally by a document on what is open leadership. And this is basically the characteristic that helps an open organization to grow and to act as an open organization. But before going, I would like to see if you can put one or more single word that define the characteristic and see what do you think an open leader should do or should be. Most probably they will not be strictly what defined in the document, but is a start for our discussion. Then I will present you the 5 characteristics, and since I know perfectly that it is hard to remember, I'll try to help you to remember them. Open-minded, self-reflective, mentor, listening, inspiring, accepted, open, of course, inspiration, trust and transparency is the most voted at the moment. Let's try with menti.com and the code is easier. So let's see, mentor and mentoring is more or less the same. Caring, interesting one. Direction, give direction, I suppose. Trustworthy, transparent, transparency again, open-minded, and trust, the most voted one. So the 5 characteristics, while you are still writing, are transparency, inclusivity, adaptability, collaboration, community. Those are the 5 characteristics as defined from opensource.org. Let's move back to my slide. And as said, they are pretty hard to remember. Let me help you with some animals. Normally it's easier to remember images and animals than words. So transparency. See behind and see inside, basically. This is the idea. But what is transparency in this context? And, please note that I'm trying to speak with you and to talk about what is being an open leader in the real life. So what are the challenges more than the characteristics? Of course, well, this is my favorite one. Is for me the foundation of being an open leader. Be transparent. is the most important for me, and I found everything on that, also the other 4 characteristics. But every characteristic is interconnected, as we will see. So feedback is a gift. You need trust. You need to make open decision, create safe space, and see failures as opportunities. This is the way to be transparent in an open leadership manner. But where is the challenge here? Well, the feedback is always a challenge, both if you give or if you receive a feedback. But is really the foundation of the transparency, because if you don't ask proactively feedback, you will never get as a leader. Because everyone look at you, especially if the leadership, for me, I'm also a manager, not only a leader. And this is even more challenging because people reporting you is hard for them to give you a feedback. So you need to ask proactively, always, and create a safe space for them to give you feedback. And the safe space means here not only that they feel safe, no reaction or things like that, but also that you will apply their feedback on your day-by-day job. And this is very important. And the same is on open decision. And together with feedback, make trust. Because when you get a decision that has an impact to someone, you need to be transparent with him or her and everyone else. Because only transparent decision create trust. And trust is very important and is a challenge, especially when you cannot be transparent. Or people expect that you would be transparent and they think you weren't. Recently, unfortunately, in a company, we had a few layoffs, a lot of layoffs. And when I announced it to my team, even if my team has not been impacted, I transparently said to them, I didn't know. I haven't shared anything with you because I didn't know. Because the most important part of transparency is to keep the trust of the team. And also, when you know something, and that's true, I didn't know, but also when you know something and you cannot share, because there is a situation where you know and you cannot share. Transparently say, I cannot share this information with you. Not at the moment. Be patient. And there is good reason because of that. And if you can explain the reasons, not the topic, not the content, because you cannot, but explain the reasons because you are not sharing. And when, hopefully, you can share it immediately. And the last point, see failures as opportunity, your own failure, not only the failure of the team. Be transparent on your failure. I'm always transparent with my team when I fail, because it's important for them to understand that fail is not an issue. Fail is an opportunity to learn. And we will return on that, on another characteristics. Inclusivity. Inclusivity here is more than diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not just that. That's important, it's part of. But being inclusive with your team is something more, is know and share and admit that you need others' perspective. And tell them that you cannot have all the view, all the perspective, because different cultures, different positions, and maybe different views on things concur to have the team opinion and the team direction. And this is to be really inclusive. Ask other perspective and admit that you don't have all the large view that you need to. have to take a decision and so on. My team is distributed in, I think, 9 countries. And this is a challenge, of course, a challenge for culture, a challenge for time zones, a challenge for many reasons. But it is also a challenge from inclusivity perspective. Because there is, I'm jumping to the third point, because you need to be aware of different culture, different biases. My biases maybe is different of my colleague, or maybe is the same, but has a slightly different flavor. And so you need to reconcile it and go over the biases. And the same is inviting others to play their role in your team. And is sometimes challenging because you have people that is maybe very close or not ready to step in any discussion, but inviting everyone to participate is part of the role of an open leader, even when it seems forcing a bit them. But it's not forcing. You need to be gentle, of course, but it is an important part. And probably one of the most challenging, sharing with you my personal personas. Don't be essential, always make a step back, has been very challenging for me. Becoming a leader, to step back and don't think to be essential. Well, I'm ambitious. I work hard, I try to work smart, but still I wanted to be part of the team, still I wanted to be part of the action. But being essential, if everyone depends on you, is a big limit. And is a big limit to everyone, to the team and to yourself also. You need to step back a bit, don't be essential, and only this way you are really inclusive. And observing what happening in the team, observe and listen is two different and very difficult pluses that you can bring in the team. Because if you talk too much, and if you give all the directions, you are not inclusive, and probably many people will not talk, will not bring their perspective, and so on. So try to step back, especially if hierarchy in the company endorses you of a role of manager like me, step back, because the opinion of the manager has always a different weight, but should not. Adaptability, like a chameleon. The adaptability is another important characteristic, and because we all want that our organization is flexible, our organization is resilient, is able to change and adapt to the market and have new challenge always and react to this challenge. But if the leaders are not flexible in the first time, and the leaders are stick on their decision or on their biases, the whole organization, the team, and then up and up and up to the organization is not flexible, is not resilient. And here the feedback again. How can you adapt? You need to know what you did, what effect it had. And so you need feedback, always. And again, if you don't ask feedback, you will not get feedback. As team, probably, for sure as leader. And feedback is very important for the famous fail fast, fail often. I extended this. Fail fast, learn faster, and adapt quickly to improve. Because, again, transmit your team that failing is fine. Failing is fine if it's a learning process. But of course, you need to fail as fast as possible, because if you fail too late, it's a big problem, as usual, and there is nothing anymore to learn or to adapt. Well, you need to document everything happening, all the fail, all the feedback you get is basically your role as leader. And create a reflection inside the team, discuss retrospectives. For example, to bring you a story, in my team, we are so used to have retrospectives that we have at a different level, not at the release date, but with a cadence that is monthly or quarterly, depends on the project. We do a retrospective of the project, what happened during the quarter, what happened during the month, and what we can do better in a different way, maybe something that worked perfectly, and so we want to keep on. But we bring this discussion also at the personal level. When I have one-to-ones with my reports, I always try to have a retrospective of their goals, which is not about assess their goals. We need to do that, and we do that, but a retrospective of why they worked in a way instead of another, and what is the goal they reached, or the goal where they didn't work at all, and why, and see if we can adjust something. And the last point is very connected with the previous characteristic, inclusivity, and is to adapt to different people and cultures. How? It is hard to adapt your style and your leadership and maybe your needs or company need to different people, always, but especially different cultures. If you have a Brazilian guy and a German person working with you, and I have, you learn that the culture is so much different. So it's not about commitment or things like that. They are both very committed, very accountable, both. But the point is that what you say them could be taken in a different way. The feedback has different weight for them. So you need to adapt to different cultures. And the best way I found in years to do that is to have a common culture. And our common culture is our company culture and our company values. So this is the common ground base. Even if they have their background and so on, they know that I'm an open leader, that we act with those principles, and the values of Red Hat are the 4 values. Collaboration. The first sentence has been copy and pasted from the open leadership definition. And I think it is the most important sentence of the slide, because the key of an effective collaboration is achieving mutually beneficial outcomes for everyone who collaborate, as person and as team. And of course, need a lot of negotiation negotiation is my day-by-day job, basically, always. But not only me negotiating with other, but favoring other for a proficiency in negotiation with other people or between people in the team. And so the second point is that my role is the role of the coach. I'm coaching my team to be collaborative. They are great engineers all. But sometimes great engineers tends to be very personal and very so much focused to their task that they lose the idea of collaboration. I hate single person project. When I got the team, basically everyone has a project led by him or her, and with very little collaboration. I mix up everything because it's important to contaminate others with ideas, with fresh ideas. And the other point, the open decision, basically, the open decision framework. Consider that you as leader, a project lead or a manager as me, at some point you will need to take a decision. In the end, is part of your responsibilities. But is respectful to involve as much as possible people impacted by these decisions in the decision process. Not only being transparent on the decision and why you took it, but involving him or her or them much before that, while the decision process started. Again, being transparent as much as you can. There is a situation where you cannot be transparent, of course, but try to limit as much as possible those situations and involve them in the decision, because that decision will be much better accepted on one hand, and it will be a much better decision also, because most probably you don't have the full context to take the decision for someone else. The one affected by the decision is probably the person that has more context than anyone else. And celebrate collaboration success. This is an important and a great point. Pretty hard with a distributed team, quite frankly. My story is pretty hard on that. But we try to celebrate not the success of the team, the success on the project, and so on. But when the collaboration drove to this success, is a slightly different answer, but very important to try to have a more cohesive team. Finally, community. Who else better than penguins for communities? An organization, a team, a group, a company, is really open only when it acts as a community. This is the basic milestone. What is being a community in a group or in a company? Well, the most important part is having shared values and culture. Work a lot on that. Whatever it is the company culture is already written maybe for you, or you can create your own culture. But try to somehow document, somehow make it explicit for others, because otherwise it's just common practices. But common practices are not culture. From common practices, you can build culture. But culture is something more formal somehow, even if it comes from informal behaviors. And so on that, facilitate, moderate, coach other. Whoever comes to the team, to the organization, need to be coached and to adhere to the culture. I listened a talk today, a great talk, and in the end, the speaker said that he select people also trying to understand if they can get to the group or team culture, which is a great approach. It doesn't work always because an interview is an interview, but still you need also to adapt the culture sometimes to the people that form your group or your organization. It's important, again, and we connect, as you see, community connect to adapt, to inclusivity, to transparency. Everything is interconnected. It's important to be an example, live the culture of the group or the team. Otherwise, no one believes you, no one trusts you. When you say we have this culture, but you do the opposite, we have the culture of transparency, and you are not transparent, no one will trust you and no one will be transparent. That's it. I'm happy to have 8 minutes instead of 5 for questions. First one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I have a question regarding culture.
Yes.
So as we are working and you're actually leading people in different countries, so how to maintain culture of remote colleagues and how it works in the world?
Drinking water, so I think. Could be challenging. Could be challenging to maintain culture for remotes. And more important than remotes, distributed people, because that doesn't matter if they work at home or in a Canadian office. They are in Canada. Again, being an example and applying the culture that you defined for the group or for the company. In our case, we have a strong company culture. To everything you do, and ask to do the same. And try to be very clear that that's the only common culture we have. I have 17 people between direct and indirect, and only 2 are in the same country. Everyone else is in different countries, different time zone, different geographical areas, and so on. And so it's very challenging. And I always say them, we cannot rely on our background because it's so much different that we will not understand each other. Try to rely on the company and group culture and nothing else. Anyone else? Did I answer?
Yeah.
I have a question. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question would be, how do you walk the fine line between having everyone understand that they are welcome in this process of making decisions, but also while avoiding having people that feel forced to be involved in that decision-making process, so that that sometimes decision-making processes end up in not so constructive conversations because some people don't give constructive feedback because they kind of feel forced into something they don't really care.
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, challenge, and well, the very first point is to share everything by default and share it early. So basically my meeting, all my meetings, have a background document that needed to be shared 24 hours or 12 at least before the meeting. And when I say all my meeting is all meeting of my team, not only driven by me. I'm pretty lucky having other leaders that work with me, and I'm very happy to give them the space to lead. But the contract is no document, no meeting, period. This is important because it gives time, especially to introvert, to digest the topic, maybe to give their contribution offline. I have a great engineer who gave in the past and still work with us and give us great feedback, but never online, never. Because she is very introvert, and that's fine. And she knows that's fine, because I told her, that's fine. Don't you want to talk? Right. No problem. But having both way is important. Otherwise, she will not find space for her, because I know that she will never take the mic and say, I don't agree. It's part of her culture, by the way, to return to the culture. So to return to the culture is something that I didn't mention. Is important to know that you have different culture as leader and try to adapt the way you communicate to permit different cultures, maybe for the place where they grow or because of personal reasons, to contribute to the discussion their way, not your way. This is an example, but there is many other way to do the same. It is the way I found in my team, and maybe it works because it's not so large. With larger team, you need something else. I don't know. But the important point is give them the space to express themselves.
Is this then, as a follow-up, I don't know if anyone
Sure.
has a question, but then as a follow-up question, is this a shared understanding within the team?
Sorry, I didn't.
So is the whole team aware of all of these differences, and how do you coach the team to understand these differences so that no one really feels left out?
Okay. I meet them once a week. My calendar is pretty crazy. One-to-one. And then I have an all-hands every 3 weeks, more or less. And I always try to coach them during the one-to-ones. And during the all-hands, basically, I set the culture. So I try to explain anything that happened at my level or upper me in a transparent way. And doing that, I try to set the culture. And I see that sometimes it's hard. I have just 2-3 people taking the mic in these all-hands, and because and this is another challenge, of course. When you have many people and you want every perspective, you also need to limit a bit the most extrovert. It's a balance, always. Did I answer, or maybe I
Sure.
divagated? Okay. I think we are done, right? Anyway, any follow-up, I will be around.
All right, everybody. We made it. Thank you so much to be patient. So here today it's me, it's Ilenia. I'm a senior Agile practitioner for the core Agile system engineering. I've been working at Red Hat for 3 years, more than 3 years. And I worked within OpenShift, and now I'm working within RHEL. That's why today with me I have Irene. She is one of the engineers in the RHEL Edge team that I work with.
Good afternoon and nice to meet you all. I'm Irene Diaz. I'm a software engineer in the RHEL for Edge team, and we are responsible for RHEL for Edge as well as Fedora IoT. Nice to meet you all. So in this talk, we are going to try to explain how we managed to create a successful environment so that the team can get better, how our specific team transformation went, and at the end we'll finish with a couple of key points that you should take away from this talk.
All right, I think we all know that change is hard, right? And to make an environment to be successful, we really need to try to to handle the pace of change. People deal with change in different ways, and we need to take that into consideration. People go through different phases, and I want to show you here an example. I will be using the Kabler-Ross model and explaining this with a real-life example. I think each of us here probably had experienced this situation. We basically had a key team member leaving the team a while back. He was a high-performing individual, and it was a great loss for us, basically. So I want to show you this with this example. The first thing that happened for us was that we were all in shock. So we were all surprised about what was happening. And the second phase is the denial phase. So here it's when we are actually trying to look for evidence that that didn't happen. I remember personally talking to someone in the team and saying, no, I cannot believe this is happening, it's really true. Then people usually move to the frustration phase, and this is even the phase where people are angry. So they usually try to blame themselves, or they try to blame someone else. Then the next phase is the one of the depression, where there is a low mood, low energy, lack in productivity. And from this point on, we move on to actually more positive phases. So we start with the experiment. Here it's where people start to deal with this new situation, and they start to be more positive about that. And then we go through the decision phase. Here, the people they start really accepting that things changed, and they feel more comfortable and positive about the whole situation. And the last phase is the phase of integration. Here is basically the change is now a status quo, and people go back to the normal life basically. So I was saying that we really need to handle the pace of change, because as I said, people go through those phases, and some of them, they just go through few of those phases. Other people maybe go through all of them one by one, and people move backwards and forward between those phases. So people really need time to actually deal with the change that is going on. So I wanted to share with you what I believe is the foundation of a culture that is needed to create a successful environment for a team transformation. The first thing is creating conditions where the team can actually start new behaviors, and they do that through new habits. When we talk about new habits are basically reinforced patterns, and they need to be consistent in bad days and good days. So really consistency here is the key to enforce new habits so they can change behavior. Second is creating a goal that is inspiring and scary at the same time, and that it goes beyond comfort zone for people. A goal that is going to sparkle imagination, that is going to engage heart and mind for people. So it's going to bring all together so that you can actually go through the silos, break the silos that you have within the team or even within an organization. Fourth thing is to actually start practicing transparency and open communication. So basically, people really need to understand the why behind the decision, or at least they need to understand how the decision was made. People, I think we can all say that we use at least to say that that the sorry. We used to say that you know the change is needs to be it's difficult for people, and then that's why we need open communication within the team. The next thing is about creating an idea of meritocracy. So great ideas comes to people attention, to the leaders' attention on different ways. It can be because they come directly from the leaders, or because those ideas comes from the people within the team or an organization. So they can come from different levels. But to do that, you really need to make an environment and a culture where people are not afraid to speak up, to share feedback, and you know, to be open. There is always someone that is going to emerge within a team. So you need to try to create as well an environment where people, where a leader can emerge in that. So that's really important as well. Last but not least, I think I didn't mention this word yet, so maybe you were expecting it. It's agile principles and values. And so the agile has a lot to offer in terms of transformation. If we think about limiting the work in progress, or if we think about creating self-organizing teams, or if we think about prioritize the work so that people can actually focus on delivering value for their customer or stakeholders. And you know, we have as well the values that are really relevant, like commitment, courage, openness, respect, and so on, right? Okay, so I think I'm gonna hand over now to Irene to talk about the team.
Yeah, so our team is 6 people, which are the developers. We come from different experience levels and backgrounds. There are people who have been in Red Hat for more than 10 years and so on. Others like me are more new to the team and so on. Our team is fully remote. That is something that causes some issues because we are not used to dealing with people. We don't know each other, and sometimes there is some kind of context that is lost. You cannot just simply go to someone's desk and strike a conversation with them in order to, I don't know, find a common ground in an issue or something like that. So that is something that is lost being fully remote. So you have to make the most of the meetings that you have scheduled and so on in order to be productive and so on. Another thing is that the team had different familiarity with Agile. There are people who have been working for Agile. Others like me, we studied it at university, but this is our first job with the framework, so we had to learn it again. And of course, the team is still growing because we are building products in an emerging market, so the team is still growing as we try to identify which are the areas that need most of the focus. Regarding to our Scrum team, we have all the roles that you would expect. We have our fantastic Scrum Master, which is Eleni over here, the product owner, and the rest of the team are the developers. Yeah. So let me talk to you based on the Tuckman stages of team development, what happened with our team. So Tuckman says that there are like 4 different stages: the forming, storming, norming, and performing stages. And there are a couple of behaviors that are more common in those stages. For instance, in the forming stage, everybody in the team is feeling very, very excited because, I mean, there are new things that we want to work for, we want to work on, but that excitement is common, but also there might be some anxiety going on because we don't know what the future might hold. And overall, we can say that there is a low task accomplishment because we are getting used to the processes, the team, and everything. Then we would get to the storming phase where we start to understand the goals or velocity. Some disagreements might arise because of the processes and because we are trying to understand velocity and some agile concepts and so on. Then we get to the one thing. In the storming phase, we also have to take into account that people have different personalities, so we need to try to identify which personalities work best with each other. So that is something that we also need to take into account. Finally, we reach the norming stage where we can see that the goals of the team are better understood and we know what are the things and the processes that we need to do in order to deliver. So overall, we can say that there is an emphasis on team goals and we try to help each other because the goal is to perform as a team. And then the final stage is the performance stage where each member in the team understands what are the strengths and weaknesses of each team member, and then we can plan and we can try to make the most of our team. So this team formed in 2021, and since then, this process that you see here is not linear. So in our case, we had new team members, some team members that left, and so on. So on one stage, we were in the performing stage, but due to these changes, I would say that right now we are between the norming and the performing stages.
Okay, so now I want to share with you the challenges that we faced during our team transformation. So I remember being in some of the meetings that the team was having, and they were discussing about can we actually move this user story to done. So that's where, is this happening with anyone in here? Raise your hand. Cool, perfect, yes, that's normal. So I actually helped them and guided them through the facilitating the discussion about the definition of done, so that they were all aligned on what done means for the team. Then we had some other meetings when they were actually trying to estimate user stories, and something else that happened was I was hearing them saying, should we go for a 3 or a 5? Let's go for a 5 because it's safer. Is this happening to anyone here? Okay, cool. And another thing was, so I actually did some training with them about using story points and help them to understand how to estimate. So we aligned them as well on this topic. This is not happening anymore, right? Well, maybe we need to do another session then. Then we have. They had a lot of things to work with, and there was a problem that they had too many things to handle. So we really needed to understand which one were the priorities. So I helped the managers, the leaders, and so on to talk about the priorities, and then we actually talked to the team about this. And then we have the capacity planning. That's another challenge, but I'm going to tell you more in a second about this. So I'm going to show you now a velocity chart. So here we are at sprint 31 to start with. Basically, they are already having a change here because this was a team there was basically a bigger team, so they were two teams together. At that point, they were one. But a sprint 31 was the sprint where the last sprint before they actually went, they split it. So the teams were going in different directions. So they decided actually to split between them. And so that's why we see those high bars in here, because it was even way more people working together. So if we look at sprint 32, that's where they start working together as a team. Here we were just before Christmas holidays. People were like, yeah, but don't worry, we can do everything, right? We're gonna be able to do a lot of things. And so we see that they actually committed to 32 story points, and they were able to deliver only 8. But it's, it was Christmas, so it's all right. So we go back in January, and we still had people doing the onboarding as well, because we had new people joining. But still the team was like, yeah, we are all back from holidays now, we are all here, we can do a lot of things together. So they actually committed to do even more, 48, and they delivered only 8 points again. All right. So sprint 34, it's when the team started to feel a bit more confident. The onboarding was going better for everyone. And yeah, they were like, yeah, we are a team now, cool, we can still do a lot of things, right? So they committed to 43, and they delivered 10, a bit better. Okay, so here we start seeing some challenges. First, it's about the capacity. We couldn't really understand the capacity of the team at this point, because they were carrying over stories sprint by sprint. Is it happening to anyone? Yes, yeah, a lot of hands up. Okay. So we did try a thing. So we decided to actually go back to our definition of done and review it, and there was specifically a point that was saying we are going to move, a user story is going to be moved to done when the PR is going to be approved and merged, right? Cool, yeah, that's what we were doing until now. But we had to review that because of this carrying over the stories sprint by sprint. So we changed that to we are going to split our story into two different, a story and a task, basically. The story was the implementation work for the team. And they were like, yeah, I did my part, right? It's all done from my side. But then they needed to wait for approval from upstream or from external teams and so on. So they were like, yeah, I've done my part, I can move it to done. So we did this. We split the two cards. We had the implementation one, and they could move that to done with the story points they estimated at the beginning, and we opened a new task, basically. There was a tracker just for the PR. With 0 story points, we were having hit there just to remind ourselves that there is still going on. So let's see what happened. Things are going better now, right? 43 committed, 30 delivered. That's a big change, I would say, now for them. Happy times, but still, there is still a problem here that actually we are overcommitting. How many of you, come on, I expect a lot of hands here about overcommitting all the time? Okay, good. So we said, you know what, let's try something else. Let's try to actually take a step back and commit to only 1 card each. So we tried this, and voila, 29 that we committed, so less than usual. And they were actually to finish everything plus that they committed plus something else. So they deliver 34 at this point. So you know, we tried different things and so on. So we experimented, and we saw that this was helping the situation. Some of those things were helping, others that we tried, maybe they were not helping. So we actually adapted and changed and tried new things. Okay, so from my point of view, while there was this transformation going on, I was actually transitioning from Scrum Master role to an Agile practitioner role. So I was there at the beginning with the team, actually giving them solutions, suggesting things, and I had to move to actually guide them to come to find solutions themselves without actually imposing my ideas. The other important point here for me was that I wanted them to get into a mindset of continuous improvement. So they were trying experiment all the time. I mean, every 4 weeks we were trying an experiment, but at least to get them into this mindset of continuous improvement. And last thing is about finding a sustainable pace for the team, right? Because this way we knew what we could commit to and we wouldn't get to burnout. That's what we don't want from team members.
Yeah, and from an engineering point of view, I mean, you have to understand that some emergencies might arise, which are, for instance, bugs that affect our clients. So no matter how perfect the planning was, according to story points and so on, there are times where you must drop everything and take the bug, which is a task that doesn't have a lot of story points, but you must do it and finish it as soon as possible. The other thing that you have to take into account is that we are an operating system team, so though we don't work in silos, and there are a lot of processes that we don't control. So even though we said from our point of view that the work was finished, there is still the docs, the testing, and other teams that have to give approvals to our task, and that is why splitting the cars worked for us, because it also helped us get to that mindset where we were accomplishing something because we saw story points moving to them. And finally, yeah, I mean, from our point of view, the story might be finished, but we cannot ship something that is not tested and that hasn't been thoroughly documented. So we need to, I mean, focusing on one task allowed us to help those other teams in order to get the information that they needed as soon as possible, so that everything was finished as soon as possible, and that story points could be moved to them. So does Agile really help engineers perform better? So personally, I come from an academic background and we work with the waterfall development environment. And I find that Agile, of course, is more flexible, and it does not only allow developers to define their processes better, but there are specific meetings where you can look back and try to think what is working and what is not working, because with the waterfall development environment you have that psychological bad situation where you think that, okay, I haven't finished this deliverable in time, or I'm running out of time to do my testing. So Agile allows us to identify what is working, what is not, and what we can do about it.
So we wanted to share with you some of the lessons learned from us for this transformation. It is still going on, it didn't finish. So first thing is deconstruct big change into smaller steps. Change fatigue, I really believe, is now a thing, and we need to try to, as I said at the beginning, people go through the different stages that we saw, so we need to take into consideration that they need the time to adapt to the changes. So don't do changes, just fire changes one by one, right? They need to have the time. And that's why don't come with oh, we're going to change everything from today to tomorrow. No, we need to do that, actually deconstructing a big change in smaller steps. Next thing is about changing the behaviors of the team through their habits. And especially very important, I said this before, is try to get the team driving actually the continuous improvement themselves within the team. Third thing is to try to build a team with enjoyment of practice. Enjoyment should be part of our daily life, but when we talk about our professional life, we usually forget about this, and that's very important. So try to schedule some team building activities, or even give the space to people to actually talk about their passions together. And last but not least, focusing on building the right things. So we are here to satisfy the needs of our customer or stakeholders. So we don't just have to build things, but we need to actually build the right things. So we are at the end. What did we learn today here? First, we created an environment that encouraged and enabled the teams to develop and mature, and that's how you build high-performing team. Second, this is our journey. So we shared our journey that is not unlike other teams, but that's definitely unique to us. So you may or may not be sharing the same challenges. And third, we were successful building the team, an high-performing team. But as Irene said earlier, we were in that stage of high-performing, and now we went back, and now because things happened, and now we're trying to get back to be an high-performing team. So yeah, change is hard, right? Okay, so we are going to leave you with this sentence to reflect about. The transformation takes a long time, and value realization typically takes even longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
And I have many questions, but let's start.
Okay.
But the first one is very quick. Pure Scrum or do you mix any other
No.
from Agile?
Yeah, no, we started with Scrum and we continue with that. Yeah, yeah. In this case, for this team.
And the second one is more, probably to answer, I don't know. But you talk about the change management through changing habits, which is great. I think you did a great job as far as you can understand here. How did you reconcile with the change fatigue that is experiencing?
Yeah.
With the many changes that we have in the company, not only the team.
Yeah. So as I said, oh yeah, sorry. So he was basically asking how we deal with change fatigue nowadays, right? So as I said, this is a thing going on, and what you really need to try is not to have too many changes all at once. As I said before, you need to really understand that people need to go through all the phases that I explained at the beginning, so you need to give people the time to go through this process, right? So there is a change going on, cool, let's try it, we're gonna do that, but give them actually the time and the space to be comfortable with that change, and then you move on to the next steps. So this way you're gonna you are gonna avoid the change fatigue, because if you're gonna have all the changes all one by one, one after the other one, then it's not gonna work. That's when we arrive at the change fatigue phase, right? Yeah.
From an engineering point of view, your team needs to communicate as soon as possible, and if you haven't set up the environment for free communication, then you have failed as an agile practitioner.
Yes.
So I'm very glad that what she said, because it connects to what I am going to say. So I work mostly in upstream projects. So my team is me, a couple people from Red Hat, a couple people from Google, a couple people from Amazon, whatever. And again, like communication is basically the main tool that we have. We don't have sprints, but we try to have some kind of periodic call to do this. But I cannot like tell people what to do. I cannot organize work across companies, because my release period is not theirs, and my manager is not theirs, especially.
Yeah.
So, what are some kind of agile concept that I can learn about and apply in this completely different situation?
I think that's collaboration in here.
Repeat.
Yeah, sorry. So here he was asking about cross collaboration, basically between collocated teams and different teams working together. So I think it will be all about collaboration together and try to communicate. So try to find at least sometimes, few times, for example, with them, we couldn't really find the time that would suit everyone. But we settled in the end of finding 2 hours in the week on a Tuesday and a Thursday to actually meet all together just for the 1 hour to start with and try to do all the things and discuss all the things that we needed to.
Yeah,
so
in our case we have 1 hour every 2 weeks, hopefully, with some people doing it at 6 a.m. and some people doing it at 10 p.m.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it goes from Pacific coast to China.
Yeah, yeah, I see. Yeah, it's a bit. We as well. We use Slack, for example, and some of the communication are over there as well for the teams. It's not the same thing, I know, but yeah, try to find some time, at least even 30 minutes, maybe 3 times per week, to gather all together. Okay.
And one of your suggestions of splitting the cards,
yeah,
I think is something that, but that's one thing that happens with upstream. So I think doing that with upstream helps you get over that point because they won't fit into your sprint schedule if you try, it just will never work, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think it is good to split the cards and let that happen because otherwise you can't. It's a different schedule, so it's just a meeting.
Yes, yes. You are lucky if you have a yes.
Yeah, so there was
one last quick question. How you handle after the split when you are lack of senior developers and you get in like a lot of hard topics and you cannot split them into senior developers? Do you have maybe similar issues? And then you have a lot of hard topics, a lot of senior developers, and you cannot give them tasks because there is no simple task or something like that because senior developers left in other team.
Yeah. So basically, he's asking how do you deal with the fact that senior people, developers, engineers, don't really want to split cards or lose time doing that, right? All this actually came from them. So they saw the challenges from them, they are here. They actually saw the challenges and they started the discussion and just helped them facilitate the discussions. And they were like, we really want to try to actually improve the situation, what we can do about it, let's talk about that. So it's not something I did impose to them, it's something that came from themselves. And that's, I think, it's a very important thing, because if you go there and saying, okay, we're gonna do this, and now you're gonna do it like this, you're not gonna have people happy about doing that, right? But if you give them the time and the space as well to try to understand what are the challenges, and let them see as well what are the challenges, then it's gonna be different, and they can start having those discussions together. And they were really worried about the velocity, why it's like this. It didn't come from me, it came from them.
We found that in a lot of cases with the senior developers, getting them to split out the cards into smaller ones helped them actually better define the problem.
Yeah.
So that they could help the junior developers, and it actually helped their own understanding of the problem that we were trying to solve.
Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. Anything else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that the change was made on the team. Basically, how many people did not survive the change in terms of how many people actually quit because of the change?
We are all here.
Yeah.
We didn't lose anyone, just the guy that decided to move on, just for personal reasons. It wasn't nothing really related to the team. So yeah, we have all them here. They are over there. If you want to talk to them later, let's have.
Cheers.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Today we are here for Herding Cats, standardizing engineering processes. So what we want to talk about today is standardization, and looking at this many people in the room, you might be in the wrong room because nobody likes standards this much. And we totally agree. Standards can be really annoying and limiting, but we want to change your mind today and show you some best practices on how to actually use standards to benefit your teams rather than add burden to them. You know, we use the term herding cats, but before getting kicked off, to make a really boring topic a little more humorous, we wanted to use, you know, a fun title, but wanted to explain it a little bit more too. So, herding cats is an idiom, and to put it to life, want everybody to, for a second, picture every person in this room as a cat. You know, no, there's no quiz at the end. We're not going to call anyone out and say, oh, my neighbor's grumpy cat or anything like that. So don't worry who you're picturing is that. Picture all of you cats being asked to come to this room. It would be chaotic. There would be a lot of screaming, a lot of hissing, a lot of meowing, and very few cats in this room. You know, and that's really what herding cats is about, is trying to drive people and teams that have different mindsets and different beliefs into a common, you know, a common goal. And that's really what standardization can be like at times. So if it's so tough, why the heck are the three of us here talking about it, and why do we continuously subject our teams to new standards and new ideas? Well, a little bit about me is that I joined Red Hat a little over 2 years ago in the Red Hat in-vehicle operating system team. When I joined, that program was in its wild, wild west phase. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in our next talk. But, you know, really, we had a blank slate to start with. We didn't have any processes, we didn't have any standards, and we were free to find the best ways for our teams to work to enable them to thrive. And at that same time, I had joined the technical enablement pillar where I met Marcella and Lucy, and I was learning all of the awesome things that they were doing across the entire portfolio and delivery team in RHEL and beyond, and wanted to find synergies so we could actually collaborate and find ways for our teams to work together. And really, that's how the three of us started working together. So I'll turn it over to Lucy now.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. So I used to work with RHEL folks, like engineering teams in RHEL. And unlike in vehicle operating system, we were here for quite some time. So you can imagine we had all those processes in place, but we not always understood the processes that were in place or knew why they're in place. While now I'm with different team, in different dynamics, the dynamic in RHEL was steady and sturdy. And all together with different mindsets, we are trying to bring all those people together where it's wild west and steady and sturdy process with RHEL. So it's a challenging. And here we have also Marcella.
Yeah. I'm Marcella Mašláňová. I'm with Red Hat for 17 years, and most of the time I was working on RHEL in various roles. Last 2 years I'm working on, well, on project management, let's say, or as agile coach, and I was looking at RHEL data and how to work with them better, and we were cooperating on making them more accessible to our teams.
All right, so we already introduced the topic, but a little bit more about what we're going to introduce today. And it's really the fine line about implementing restrictive standards and standards that actually help your team to reduce the burden and make their job easier, not only within your small team, but across the portfolio as well. And then we'll give you a sneak peek into some of the things that the three of us have collaborated on and done to really show the light of, you know, how standards can help. But I want to ask everybody here, who likes being told what to do? Oh, we have one person. Oh, we have a few. All right. You guys can leave. You guys are all set.
No, we need them in our teams.
Okay, yeah, actually, please join us. Who here likes being told what to do and how to do it? Probably even less people. Wow, Clara loves that. Neil likes some certainty in his life. Not a lot of people like that. And not a lot of people like being told what to do, especially when there's not really a reason to be told what to do. If they're not understanding the purpose behind it, it gets annoying. It feels restrictive. It feels like you're not trusted. And it breaks down every rule that Lucia presented in her talk yesterday about trust, respect, and humility. But still, we wanted to subject you to a fake standard today, so I'll let Lucy go against all her own rules.
Alright, so you can standardize almost anything, but for the sake of this presentational talk, we choose workflows because they are easy to visualize. As you can see on the screen, this workflow consists of 3 statuses, new, in progress, done. And I would like you to raise a hand if you think this workflow could work for you and your team. Okay, I see a couple of hands up. All right, but definitely not everybody. Like, I saw maybe 3 hands. And it's a common situation. If you show something that you are thinking about, there is not a lot of buy-in. Definitely not at the first stage. So if we move to the next slide, we don't want to subject anyone to like as a persona, so we are using proto-personas. It means like made-up personas, but they definitely come up from experience. So here I present you Edel, Desi, and Ada. Those are our 3 proto-personas for today, with all valuable reasoning for extending the workflow we presented earlier. So Edel, he's software engineer, works upstream, and sometimes the issues upstream can get in progress even sooner than you start working on them, or vice versa. So he would like to actually have a status to call out that something in upstream is already in progress, not in progress in general. So he would like to have that specific status added to the workflow. Reasonable, right? Desi, she is a project manager and she goes through a lot of approvals and pre-approvals. So she would really benefit from adding pending approval status and approved. Like, it would make her life super easy. And Ada, the third proto-persona that we have, she's a product owner, and before she puts anything to the team's backlog, she would like for them to work on, she would like to have some mock-ups for stakeholder to review. Reasonable. All right, so if we take all of these suggestions in mind, we have interesting workflow in place. So those of you who raised a hand, or those of you who hesitated to raise your hand, would this workflow work for you? All right, so I see some scared faces. Definitely not, right? You cannot account for every corner case. It's not realistic. You are actually, like right here, we would create artificial complexity at its best. Nobody would understand the hell out of it. Like, it's completely mind-blowing. Okay, so should the stakeholder review be the second stage or almost the last one? And approved, what does the approved mean? Every team could picture the status definition differently. So once you start making those little tweaks to the standard for corner cases, it's not the standard anymore. But you might ask the question, okay, so, but you don't have to make everybody for the one standard or put them on one line. Okay, so take 2. Let them have their own workflows. All right, we could do that. We could definitely do that under one premise. We don't need them to collaborate. Okay, if we don't need them to collaborate and they will never talk to one another, it's okay. Like, they don't have to know each other's workflow, but in case you want them to work together, or there is high probability that folks will work on different projects or switch teams. Imagine you are an engineer and going from one team to another, from quarter to quarter, or collaborating with someone else, and you come to a new team, new workflow, new team, new workflow. Is that really that different? Are those different workflows that different to do, and are they really that different? So if we really want the teams to collaborate together, ideally there should be some similarity. Otherwise it creates chaos.
Yeah, that's me. So I came to those 4 pros and I was trying to create some reporting, some dashboard which will represent all those data. So, not easy, because I had to always ask those teams, what does it mean? What's approved? Does it mean it's also delivered? Or is it done? Or is it done only in upstream? What does it mean? So, that was very confusing, and I suppose it's same for all team leaders or those who need to manage those data and represent them somehow to high levels. And it's also confusing for teams, as Lucy mentioned, when you are going, even if you are working in one team and you should report something into another team and they have completely different workflow, that it might be hard, and it means that you need to communicate about data which should be readable and doesn't need more explanation, but they need to be explained again, so something is wrong. Also, in my case, a lot of stuff is not documented because it's sort of tribal knowledge. We are doing it for 20 years or more, so it's clear, right? It wasn't. So we are trying to find a balance together. We discussed it for a long time, how to do the standards, and that we can't compromise too much when we are creating them, because then it's not standard, because you will lose all the requirements you get from teams. It's just something which is not useful to anyone, it's just forced to the team. And setting good standard is not easy, because the balance between complete freedom, do whatever you want, just give me some status, how are you doing, and provide some guidelines is hard. So, we go to the next slide and talk about what we try to do. We believe we need to understand lots of stuff. Firstly, we need to understand teams. So we recommend to work with teams directly. The best thing is to be part of the team and work with them every day, so you can observe the process, how does it work, so you can propose something meaningful. You can even see bottlenecks and propose how to remove them. And then you have some business needs, and you need to report from the team up. So you have some requirements, but you should make them easy for the team, because team would like to create a code and not to fill some fields and reports. So it must be useful for both sides. And then third one, we believe we can do even a little complicated process, but we need to understand tooling we are using so we can make it easier for people. In our case, we used a lot of automation and tooling around data visualization, and the processes we proposed are easy to adopt, and they can be scaled to bigger teams or different teams. And we have more best practices. So we try to implement these with teams, and we also get some requirements from program. Program usually comes to team and asks them, could we add just another field, because we need this definitely for reporting. But it ends up like the team is not interested so much. They don't want to fill just another third field when they don't see any connection to them and why they should be doing that. So let's try to implement something which doesn't bother team too much.
And if you are trying to go for standards, don't do it just because. There has to be a reason. That's really a reason why the standard has to be in place. And I'm an agile practitioner, so I live and thrive under improvement culture. So ideally, the standard shouldn't make people's lives worse, but better. So just if you remember this super complex workflow with artificial complexity, don't implement standards like that. The standard that is in place, or you are trying to book something down, it shouldn't introduce overheads or unnecessary complexity for the teams nor programs. It's really tough. It's easier said than done, but there has to be a reason for a standard.
And then Marcella had touched on a couple of these earlier on. And first of all, she had touched on it's important to be involved with the teams and being engaged in the teams. But it's not enough to just be engaged with the team as you're collaborating on a new standard idea. It's important to keep them engaged throughout the process. So once it's implemented, you have to maintain that communication and maintain that documentation so the teams are aware. Hey, this is what's going on. This is how other teams are using it. This is why it's important. Because the moment a team member feels like they understand the why, they're a lot more likely to buy into the how. So we find it very important to communicate and continue revisiting these standards. You know, Lucy touched on Agile. Continuous improvement is a huge thing for us and for everybody in this room, I would assume. So it's important for us to continue adapting our standards as things change and keep the documentation up to date, because up-to-date documentation means it's easy for people to find what they need. And I didn't mean to flash the laser pointer in somebody's eyes, so I apologize.
I have to keep them away.
Yeah, we saw you getting bored, sorry.
So in our teams, we discussed what we can do similarly and also save some of our time to reuse our work, but it wasn't so easy. In the end, we standardized on Jira setup because we believe we should end up with unified backlog where the whole team will see what they should be doing next, what has the highest priority, what is stuck in progress. So we also work on similar screens and consistent fields. I have one example. We are tracking in our bug requests architecture where the bug occurred, and we had 3 fields for that, so it was very confusing. Once it was architecture, one hardware. So going from one project to another, it was hard to find the field. Well, we are doing better now. Then there is traceability process. If you want to also figure out what you fixed and how you test it later on in the process, it's good to have some process for it. So we standardized on this one, and now it's used in all projects in a similar way.
Jira automation rules. My relationship towards Jira is love-hate, and the same with automation rules, because there's so much that you can do with them. And I was fortunate enough to work with Alison, who is great with documentation, and her automation rules just triggered another line of thoughts that what we could do in our teams. Since we had already similar hierarchy, similar workflows, I could just by 2 clicks implement really easy automation rules for us. And picture this, you move simple task or story to in progress, but you forgot to move the same like epic, one level above that we have epics, and it stacks into do. And the whole reporting suddenly doesn't make any more sense, and it's manual work. Nobody likes to do paperwork for Jira. Why not have automation to do it? Since Alison already standardized the process into one very simple, well, it's not as simple, but it was easy for me to implement her work. It was just few clicks for me to do the same for my teams. We already had similar hierarchy, we already had similar workflows. In a matter of few minutes, I was able for them to adopt and no longer care about switching the status on epics if they change status on stories or one level below. It's really that simple. These are the benefits that come from the standardization, not the automation itself, but what the automation gives to you. Ideally time, or that you don't have to care about the manual stuff. Another one that is interesting, and Marcella already touched on that, when she was tasked to have one unified dashboard. If you are with big products or big programs, ideally you want teams to see one unified dashboard. I know, I'm Agile practitioner usually embedded in teams, and I know for the sake of teamness, it's really good to have a team dashboard. But at some point, you have to see it from, step back and from the whole scale. No matter if you're a manager or just a engineer, you want to have the overall look, like what's going on the entire product or program. For that sake, the standards could really help you to build program dashboards, and you can subtract the data also for the team one. You can have two. But really, the building block are similarity in what you are using in standards, basically.
And then another thing that we had worked together to implement is a standard status report mechanism. So back when I joined the Tech Pill, Marcella had really, really long hair, but that was before she was tasked with moving status reports into a standard tool. Since then, we've seen a lot of new hairstyles. I kid. But really, it was a complex ask. There were Google Docs, there were emails, there were smart sheets, there was Google Forms. There was status being provided to managers in about 967 different places. And that is an actual number. I joke. But it was complicated. So we wanted to find a way that would not only benefit the management team who's consuming the status, but also the individual contributors that were actually submitting the status. So we had all gotten together and we came up with this status reporting mechanism that actually leverages just about everything else that's mentioned on this on this slide here, where everybody was using a standard workflow, standard fields, and then because of that, we could implement Jira automation rules on top of it. We could then have a standard dashboard that can be used across the entire enterprise. So the VP of Linux engineering, the QE manager, the automotive manager, directors, everybody can look at a single dashboard and see the roll-up of data and get a high-level overview of what's going on in a really quick way. And then also for the individual contributors, you just put your status in a Jira card. The end, forget it, Jira automation does the rest. And it's been really, really helpful. And we'll talk a little bit more about the impacts in another slide here. And last but not least, a partner management process. This is something that's really important in Red Hat, especially being an open source company. We have partners that are logging directly into our Jira instance. They are logging bugs, viewing feature requests, all of that alongside our engineering team. So it's really important that we have a process in place that will protect our data and their data. So with NDAs being really, really important, we can't leak sensitive information. So together we've been collaborating on a new partner management process, which means the same fields need to be selected in the same manner across all of the different products and programs to make a bug or a Jira issue visible. And by doing that, we're reducing the risk of data leaks because engineer in product 1 doesn't have to remember a different process for product 1 as they do in product 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this has been really, really helpful, and it's still in the process of being rolled out and adopted, but we're really, really excited about this one. So the impact. We've talked a lot about what we've done, but what does this actually mean to the team? What does this mean to the company? And what does this mean to management? Well, I talked about status reports. Status reporting mechanism has actually reduced the time it takes managers to put together, consume, and roll up a status report by 67%. How did we get this number? It used to take hours for managers to go through those 967 different data sources to figure out what story they needed to tell, what was most important. But now they go to a Jira dashboard and they can produce a status that's worth rolling up to the VP level and beyond within minutes. So that's been a huge, huge win. And the more teams that start adopting this, the better, because that means less and less places that need to be done or need to be reviewed to actually pick up on the story. Then also, this is another one Marcella had touched on a little bit, but a 63% reduction in number of fields on screens for the programs that we're working with. We've aligned on different fields like architecture and I think 80 other fields to figure out a standard use case for these fields, figure out what was important about them, why are they being used, and then being able to trim the number of fields that are on those Jira screens. So, all right, great, we reduced the number of fields. Why does anybody care? Well, we think about the guy in the back that shrugged his shoulders when he asked about if you liked the workflow that was simple. People like it simple. They don't want to look at 87 different fields that they're never going to use. They only want to put the fields in place that are, or have the fields visible that they're actually going to use. So this reduces clutter on the screen and makes creating JIRA issues far easier, which means more accurate data in the long run. The less bothered people are to do something, the more likely they are to do it right.
Well, we have here what we would like to see in the future. And I'll leave camera for a minute. So we have team backlog. Team should see the work here. And it should be on stories and epic level. Provide the status if it's done and maybe some due date or something what they agreed on. And then we have project backlog where we can see features. The features can overlap more teams, so it's really important that teams have same statuses at least, and some additional fields depends what we need to report on. So you can see the progress and when the feature will be delivered. And I must know that Red Hat is doing awesome features, but we usually don't call them like this. I made them up. And then there might be some strategic backlog where will be even bigger pieces of work which can overlap over reuse. So even more standardization is needed, but we hope it will be something like that.
So
not there yet.
Not there yet, but the standards are helping us get there. So what's next? The unified backlog is part of it, but what's next for each and every person in this room? We want you guys to go home, and you don't have to do it today because it is the weekend and you're already learning too much. But think about the teams that you're working in. Think about the processes that you have in place, and think about what you can do to collaborate with similar teams, with similar programs, and with similar engineers around you to standardize processes. And we're not asking you to go standards crazy and implement a standard for every single thing you do because, like Lucy had mentioned, that's not helpful either. You have to pick and choose what's important to standardize. And it's similar to, if anybody was just here with Yelenia's presentation, it's very similar to that. Focus on what matters. And focus on the processes that are having the most burden on the teams or that are the biggest problems. So think about that. Think about ways that you can collaborate and take something totally chaotic and make it meaningful. Reduce the burden on engineers and make everybody's day more enjoyable. And really, we want the sky to be the limit for you guys. Go back home, think about this, and imagine what's possible to make your team's days better. So that's all we have. Thank you all very much. Any questions? I won't point on you with the laser pointer, I promise.
Right. So you decided to like have a unified process of standardizing, let's say, for different teams to be cross-functional. Now my question is, how does this translate when you have like external kind of contributors as part of, let's say, as part of the communities that they might be working on some projects? Are they involved in that or not yet, and you are considering to do it at some point?
Okay, so the question is, what we've talked about has been internal only. Have any of these processes been extended for external partners or for the community? And at this point, these are all internal only, but trying to roll in the external is actually really the phase we're at right now, and the partner management process is a great example of that. Marcella's spent a lot of time working with these external partners to make sure that our onboarding process matches their needs, and that when they're logging in, they're having a consistent process that they're used to, not only from their existing tooling, but from what they are expecting to see in the fields that they need to fill in. And if there's anything else that you want to add to that, Marcella.
Well, with the community, we expect that people will probably start to logging into our Jira instance, but I don't have any experience with that in projects I follow. I think
we have some automation in place to be able to sync tickets from GitHub to Jira, and the idea is that you're able to basically work pretty much on GitHub only, and yet the ticket is automatically created in Jira. It does not get assigned to any epics and therefore any features. So that's, you know, the way my team does it is like basically once a week we go through all the tickets that have been created upstream, synced internally in Jira, and that are not assigned to any epics, and then we manually assign them as PO. I do that every now and then as well. And therefore we are able to work, the team is principally able to work on GitHub, but with the automation where ticket is created and tickets are closed automatically and comments are added automatically, the team can basically focus on GitHub and still get somewhat good reporting on Jira. Not 100% perfect, but it actually covers quite a bit.
What's the time spent on, let's say, each issue, or not on this part?
Okay, so for the record, engineer, I guess, in the back is saying that they have some automatic solution which translate GitHub issues to Jira. I'm aware of it, but it's different team from team. Some teams need it for planning, some teams need to track everything from GitHub, and somewhere is probably community impact much bigger.
So, you know, on top of that, we work with thousands of communities, right? So we need to pick and choose which one like makes sense. For example, kernel makes sense a lot of time, like make a lot of sense to sync with, like others may not. But we cannot force the world to work our way.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, from the audience, for anybody online, you know, the point is certain things work for certain teams, and we can't force the world to work our way. Which, if we could, we'd all be really happy. Our lives would be easy. We'd actually, 3 of us wouldn't be up here presenting. We probably wouldn't even have a job. So, it's really important to know, you know, you can't force a square peg into a round hole. You have to find the processes that are worth adopting and that actually would yield a benefit, and find that fine line between that collaboration.
Maybe I would like to point out that once you go for a standard, it requires some level of maintenance. So, for example, the integration between GitHub and Jira, there is some work in the background that, like Shepherd, like the automation can get broken. The standard can, like the way how you do it, it can get broken. There is some maintenance cost connected to it. So each time you go for a standard, keep in mind that there are some costs to it as well. And it doesn't make always sense to standardize everything. As Ludwig from the audience mentioned, like there are thousands of communities. If we attempted to standardize them all, why would we? The costs were just too high, unrealistic. Any other interesting question?
Only interesting ones.
If you have a boring question, we'll take those in the hallway after.
I can follow up to your question a little bit, because our GitHub is like very large, like community environment, and we really struggle to translate the issues reported by people into our private Jira. And the way we have to do it is we have community managers who are going through all the issues, putting them into one Jira project which is open to the public, so we can take in external developers who are very active on the GitHub, and they can put things to one Jira project which is external, and then the developers can pick from this filtered list and then bring it to the internal project for actual development.
But you can still break the communication. I mean, if something happens on one side, we probably don't see people on the other side.
Yeah, true. It's again very difficult, but it's a way to have help filtering the issues down, so the developers can only focus on the priority tasks, rather than having to go through really thousands of issues constantly on the GitHub.
So for the people on the stream, that was boring question, because GitHub is mentioned all the time, and how to connect it to projects. It's not easy. Each of them is doing it differently because they need different data. As you said, you have private and public project. It's possible, but there is no unified solution which will be good for everyone. And it's not easy to set up. It's breaking a lot.
Yeah, picture tool.
So some non-GitHub related questions?
What does it mean for you when you introduce a standard? What is this, a documentation, an enforced rule, or?
Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. So what it means for us is a lot of communication, and the standards that we're implementing shouldn't come as a surprise to teams. the thing is that we are embedded in the teams we're working with, and the reason for the standardization usually bubbles up from the teams themselves expressing a concern. And so that means we're engaging with them all along the way. So when it's implemented, we usually do a small pilot, make sure things are working, and document it very well in, you know, wherever people can find it. I think we are out of time here, but we can talk a little bit more about that offline if you'd like. All right. Thank you all. Okay. Hi, everybody. All right. Hi. All right. Hello. Thank you all for coming today. Today's topic is less is more, or large-scale Scrum through the eyes of the Red Hat in-vehicle operating system. In other words, welcome to the least technical automotive talk here at DevConf. So before we get kicked off, I want to take a second to introduce ourselves. My name is Allison King, and I am a technical project manager within the Red Hat in-vehicle operating system team. I joined the team a little over 2 years ago when the program was really just beginning its wild, wild west phase. And I'll talk a little more about that in a little while. But I am a Jira love-hater, just like Lucy had mentioned in the last presentation. And I thrive on finding better ways for teams to work together and to help them thrive. I'm also a sucker for a good dad joke, so I apologize in advance for any puns in this presentation. They're definitely intended, and do not feel obligated to laugh. You can cringe. I'm used to it. The team knows. We'll turn it over to Sabina.
All right. Yeah, so I'm Sabina Vogel. I also joined a little more than 2 years ago, actually 1 week after Allison. So she helped me onboarding. I'm working as a senior agile practitioner in the automotive initiative in the Red Hat in-vehicle operating system. And my passion is to support people to become great team members and contributing and growing. So I love to help people, and I think that co-creation and collaboration is the key to success. And as part of my job, I see making myself redundant is the most important thing. So it's not about me, it's always about the team and the team members I'm working with.
Okay. So talking about the team members we work with, together with some other project managers, including Satya, who is here in the audience today, program managers and agile practitioners, Sabina and I are members of the autopilots. And the autopilots are the agile-focused cross-functional program team within the Red Hat in-vehicle operating system. We chose that name pretty deliberately early on to not call ourselves a team of Scrum Masters, because our roles go far beyond that. Our roles and responsibilities are very fluid, and they change as the program changes. And that's really been key for us in helping to provide a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement across the organization. So I'm going to ask everybody to buckle up real quick. I'm going to take you on a journey today. First, it's the program inception, the why and how of the Red Hat in-vehicle operating system. From here, we'll take you through the wild, wild west and talk a little bit about how things started and why it was important to find structure. And then, once we found that structure, how we've used that to get to a bit of a more steady state within the automotive program. From here, we'll give you a sneak peek into some key activities and decisions that we feel are really important, regardless of the team that you're supporting or the framework or structure you're using. And we'll send you home with some road trip goodies in the form of learnings. So our goal at the end of this presentation is, one, that everybody is still awake, and two, that regardless if you realize that less is best for your team, that you understand there are other frameworks out there, and there's already patterns that exist in the industry that are really well documented to help you wrangle your teams into a more steady state. So if you're looking at this presentation thinking, I like some of it, but not all of it, don't feel like it's all or nothing. You can choose, pick and choose what you want, and maybe find another framework that fits you a little bit better. So let's hop in our DeLorean. Why automotive? Back in 2021, the Red Hat leadership team found a market need, and they thought that a Linux-based operating system would be really well received in the automotive industry, because Linux in cars. I mean, that was the only reason. I joke. They really had a vision, and by vision, I mean there was a business objective, and that was to provide a functional, safe, certified Linux operating system that was based on RHEL. So it was a really, really great idea, and we're continuing to develop toward it today. But when that vision came out, there was no structure to achieve it. And that's where the autopilots came in. You know, when I say there was no structure, when Sabina and I started, there were 200 engineers that were coming in from different programs, different companies, different industries. And this team of engineers was tasked with doing something that had never been done before. And that was to develop a new operating system based on Linux that was functional safe certified. And I want you guys to picture what this looked like for us. If you think about all of the people that were on the tram with you on the way in today, just think about that tram, hundreds of people on there, and somebody coming on and saying, hey, this is now your team. You guys are tasked with building something that's never been done before, and just go ahead and do it. Get started. Pretty uncomfortable, probably a lot of questions, and you're probably yearning for some structure. And that's really what we came in looking at. It was pure chaos. And we really wanted to find a way to get to a more steady state. So how did we start? We started with some principles. We knew it was important to establish a collaborative culture, and we knew that we needed to have a set of principles that would guide us there. So everything that we talk about here today is based on these principles that were assumed over 2 years ago now, but still lay the foundation for everything we do.
Right, and then the next layer was, okay, so what is the guardrails that would lead us and also provide us structure and clarity, but still be flexible enough for us to scale and try things out and use different tools. So just the guardrails, not a predefined core set. So that was important.
And then as we expand out to the next layer on this, we get to guides. So building a complex operating system, we needed a set of guides, some tips, tricks, tools to help people. It's really similar to a map. I know people don't really use those anymore, but back in the day when you used to print those out with the pictures and the words and it would tell you how to get there, we've adopted, we've moved forward in time. We used GPS, but we wanted to give our teams a GPS. We wanted to give them the tools they needed to succeed and to make their day-to-day easier.
Yeah, and in order to scale and make it really long-lived, we wanted to create an environment for improvement, exploration, and innovation. And so that is the thing that keeps us driving and it's continuous learning, and we've heard that in several sessions already. And yeah, that's also our goal, of course.
And so a couple of slides ago, I had mentioned our principles. As the autopilots had started their journey through the Tuckman's 5 stages, we were storming, forming, norming, and we were spending daily meetings observing what the teams were doing, observing some of the issues that the teams are trying to solve, and trying to find ways for them to collaborate better. And in doing so, we were able to establish a core set of principles. The first one being, we needed a way to bring people together to collaborate. Being 200 people from all over the place being brought together, we needed to foster an environment of collaboration, help define that team feeling, help people feel comfortable and ready to talk to each other, ready to communicate, and really ready to work together. We also knew that these 200 people were not always going to be 200 people. We knew this team was going to grow, and we needed to find a way to scale with intention. Also, I mentioned functional safety a couple of times. We knew that there couldn't be silos. Functional safety relies on a culture of safety. It's not just a single team. Safety mindset has to run through the blood of the organization. So for this reason, plus the reason of collaboration, we knew we couldn't have any silos in the organization. And last but not least, being a first-to-market product, putting the customer at the forefront of what we were doing early and often was more important than ever. We needed to find ways to build confidence in the customers and help deliver early and often and let them see what we were doing so we can iterate and adapt. And then, that's really where it left us to take this road toward less.
Exactly. So we were basing from our deliverables, right? We wanted to understand we understood what the needs were, and so we were looking out for a framework. There are plenty of frameworks out there, from very complex ones to very simple ones, and most important for us was the flexibility. So it needed to be flexible, then also with less. sorry. So what LESS provides us is a very customer-centric view. That is important, as Alison said before. Then it does foster continuous improvement, and it drives system thinking and a whole product view. So it's not just one segment, it's really the whole picture. That's the next bullet. And we can scale it with intention. So LESS is scaled Scrum, and therefore you can just use Scrum for one team, but you can then build your teams up. And I mean, Alison said we onboarded 200 people, not from the very beginning, right? We had fewer people, but then we had to create the structure in order to be able to scale. But you ensure that when you start, you don't put the whole-blown framework over an organization that might not be existing yet. So you build it up piece by piece. So that was very easy with LESS, and it helped us also, especially since we're using feature team basement in the organization. So we could scale. LESS is very flexible. It's very easy to understand because many teams already know Scrum, and therefore it was easy to adapt.
So, we want to take you to something a little more tangible now. So what Sabina had just covered is why we chose LESS and some of the benefits, but what does this actually look like in practice? So in LESS, there is a chief product owner. A lot of times on the framework diagrams, it will be referred to as a CPO. Don't confuse that with C3PO from Star Wars. I do know, though, they bear a lot of similarities. The chief product owner is responsible for translating the customer's desired outcomes into meaningful work for the engineering teams. And the chief product owner collaborates with the area product owners. So as Sabina mentioned, we are a feature area-based organization. Each feature area is responsible for delivering a specific set of features to the customer. Each of these feature areas has their own dedicated product owner who collaborates with that chief product owner to develop their feature set and be able to deliver what's meaningful at the right time for the customer. The feature areas are then further broken down into feature teams. These feature teams, there's usually 2 to 6 within a specific feature area, but what's really, really cool about these feature teams is they are inclusive of all the disciplines that are necessary to deliver an end-to-end increment of software at the end of a sprint. A lot of words. What does that mean? That means that QE, docs, perf and scale, toolchain, etc., all of these cross-collaboration teams that are really responsible for the end-to-end integration are embedded within the feature teams. So at the end of a sprint, a demo, that team can actually demo a working piece of software. And that's really, really important for us because now we can deliver to our customer early and often.
Yeah, and Alison already mentioned our feature teams, not all of them, but we provide you an insight into our organization, so don't tell anyone. So we have 7 feature teams, and you can call them randomly. You can also call them Mickey Mouse or whatever you like, or herding cats. So that's a cats team, that's a dogs team. So that really isn't important. But you might have heard already some talks here from Containers on Wheels people, and as Alison mentioned, these feature teams do have a product owner of their own, and we do have the teams comprised of all these cross-functional layers as well. So we are not just 5 people in a team, we are more people. So we have people also, especially from documentation in the teams, so delivering end-to-end, but also documenting the pieces right away. And then on the left-hand side, we have the chief product owner who interacts with all of the product owners of those feature teams. The cross-collaboration teams also have product owners. That might be a specialty, but this is how we set it up, just to ensure that these teams are also aligned cross-functions and across the teams. Then on the right-hand side, we've put the autopilot, so it's Alison and my team, to ensure that we work with all of the teams. We really support in tool development, in enablement, in onboarding, so basically everything what's needed. And again, that's why we didn't call ourselves Scrum Masters, because that would be just too located for a team. And we really helped onboarding those teams and setting them up in the beginning so that they would get into the cadence of how Scrum works, how the organization works. We also have a community layer who ensures that we work with the community, and we have the automotive management structure also, and they ensure that they take care of the team individuals, helping them to overcome obstacles and remove roadblocks. So they're not necessarily members of the teams, because we want to ensure that the teams do take ownership and become self-sufficient working teams. And the prioritization is also done by the product owners and the chief product owner.
All right. So, sorry, I'm click happy. It's the Czech coffee. It's a lot stronger than American coffee. I can't stop clicking, so I apologize. The infrastructure we are talking about here, you know, we're starting first and foremost with a unified backlog. This unified backlog is really the culmination of the conversations the chief product owner has with the customer, as well as the feature areas and the feature area product owners. What we talk about here today, this is our hierarchy, and we're using Jira as our issue management tracking system. But I do want to highlight that less is very flexible. It actually does not specify which tools you can use. So what we share can be tweaked, and it could also translate to any other issue tracking center. So if you're using GitHub or anything, you can take this with you as well. So, you know, like I said, we're using the unified backlog. Great, we understand what the strategy is. We understand what the customer wants, but how are we going to deliver it? What are we going to deliver? Specifically, what we are going to deliver are the features to the customer. The features are the point of collaboration across our feature areas. And from here, the feature areas are able to break down the work into epics. And these epics are the point of collaboration within a feature area. So whereas the feature spans across the entire organization, epics tend to be a little more focused on a specific feature area. And an epic is a unit of work that's usually 1 to 2 sprints. In normal people terms, it's 2 to 4 weeks. And that's really where the collaboration happens within a team. The teams are then able to break down the epics further into tasks and stories. A task and story is a single delivery owner within the feature area that is defined in the epic. And those can usually be delivered within a sprint, 1 to 2 tasks or stories per sprint, depending on your team's capacity and how you're story pointing. Well, actually, not really how you're story pointing, because that doesn't matter. I don't know why I said that, to be totally honest. So I'll turn it to Sabina.
Thank you. Yeah, so now we've taken you on the journey. It was, how do we onboard the first new people? How do we scale? How do we understand what is needed? Pick a framework, put that in place, bring people into the structure, showing you the structure, how we are set up. Also, as teams grow, and I forgot to mention that before, but if a feature area grows, I mean, that means you're not growing the team indefinitely, right? Because then you need to break them out into smaller teams within that feature area. So you can decide whether you want to have a product owner of their own, or it's that main product owner, and you have sub-teams within that area. So that's a matter of scaling, right? And then you have in Scrum, the Scrum of Scrum, what we have in less here with the chief product owner. So we have 2 layers, the team layers and the product owners, and we have the product owners creating a team of themselves, right? But in order to ensure that it's long-lived, in Scrum and also in Less, we have the continuous improvement cycles. So at the end of each sprint, we do have a retrospective. And since we do have 2-week sprints, we have so many opportunities during a year to improve ourselves. But to make sure that we only take tiny steps, yeah, that's important. Also what Ilania said with don't don't stress the people out with too many changes at once, right? Don't change big items every 2 weeks, but make sure to tackle the ones that are really needed. So the first item that was like the most important thing is to have stop having items tracked in multiple places. And you probably know that as well, right? So you start documenting things, and different people have different preferences. So one person would start documenting in a GDoc, other person would start documenting in Confluence. And so you have multiple places, and documents get outdated, and there's nothing worse than outdated documentation. So that's like the core thing. Stop doing this, define and agree on one single source. That's also why we initiated Jira. So that's the documentation piece. Then when you continue, if we hadn't already started with a team of autopilots, we definitely would have started one, because it's really helpful to ensure that we are talking in a consistent and in one voice to the organization. The organization has multiple people to go to in different time zones. So you have a continuous flow also to interact with the people and to collaborate and support the teams moving on. And as said before, it's the unified backlog. Because you have so many different areas, it's important to have one source so that you're not losing the teams out on where they're going towards. And it also provides a very good overview for the product owners in their conversations for prioritization. Because what happens in our area is that engineers from other feature teams need to help out in a certain area where you have a lot of demand right away. So balancing this and knowing that there is a need, then the other product owners can decide, okay, so we're going to help out and we're going to take work on to get you through that bottleneck so that we then all can go back into our areas and continue working. Continuously growing with the automotive team across functions and organizations. As you have new people onboarding, you need to reevaluate what you're doing, and if something doesn't work, you need to fix it. And continuous improvement, going Jira only. It's the same thing. New people, you constantly need to onboard people. You need to explain why you're doing things the way you do, and if you experience, well, the way we do it doesn't really make sense, then you need to also be open and change it so that it does also meet the ongoing needs. Same with team empowerment. Whatever's not working, you need to listen to your team members, you need to engage them, otherwise any change will fail because the team will be resistant. And the last bullet point is about onboarding documentation and keeping up with the changes. That's very critical, and continues to improve our documentation. I think that's, yeah. All right, so now we would like to present you with our journey suites for your potential journey. And it's basically a summary of all what I said before. So when you get into the situation of introducing a new framework or a new type of work, so please make sure that you do understand your needs, that you really take time to look at what there is, and not just pick a framework because you heard from somebody it's nice or cool, or that's the state of the art right now. It did work for a different company, a different culture. So please make sure that you start small from your own framework. So we did pick less, and we also provided you a link to less. And keep in mind to make sure that you're working only on one backlog, so it's either single backlog called or unified backlog, whatever you want to call it, but just make sure it's one source and everybody knows where it is and that they contribute to it. Have a standard method for tracking. In our case, it was Jira. If you have another tool that you really love and know that it's working for you, go ahead and do that. And last but not least, we are really advocating for Autopilot's team as servant leaders to the organization, because we receive positive feedback that it really helped the organization grow and become stable. And that was it. Thank you very much for listening. And, Go ahead.
So I have a question. What are the current challenges that you're facing in, with Autopilot, and just a couple of challenges if you have?
Okay, so the question was, what are the current challenges
Like
in
in
the autopilots or in the organization, or
like in the autopilots,
Mhm.
and how you are working with teams.
Okay, so the challenges in the autopilots. You want to start?
So there's always challenges with growth and change. So in automotive, like we had mentioned, the teams are continuously growing, and as they grow, new feature teams are broken out, and trying to make sure that new people are understanding the framework and understanding the value the framework brings is something that is going to be a continuous challenge. Documentation helps, and having regular sync ups with the teams and having a presence within those teams. So we don't just throw this framework at everybody and say, here you go, fit in and do it. We are embedded in the team, so I think that does help with it, but it still does remain a challenge, is that scaling.
Yeah, and what we also learned that it was very important for us as a team to also function as a team, and that also needed a lot of time and a lot of communication. And in the beginning we had more time, and we definitely had to spend more time in becoming a team as well. Now we are very much engaged into all the different teams, so we still have daily planning meetings for our team in the mornings, so that does help us to align and synchronize. But we only have time for an hour per week as a working meeting, and then we're using Slack and other asynchronous communication channels just to align and also make sure that we are not diverting as a team as well. So any change that's introduced from one team, we bring it to the team, we discuss it, and then we make a proposal, putting it out there to the teams, and then have the teams decide what they want to do.
And I think Sabina hit on something really important there, is the importance of the autopilots team being a team. Like, we're not just out there doing things on our own and ad hoc. We really function as a unit. And we had to build that team. We had to build the trust within the team. We had to find our own norms and all of that to work together. But really, like, eating your own dog food is, a good idiom for it. We need to practice what we preach. And we preach Agile, and we need to hold ourselves to it. We need to make time for these daily meetings. We need to make time to document our work. We need to make time to plan our work and work on what's most important. So I think holding ourselves to that high standard is something, it is a challenge with the time constraints.
Are you finding the resistance with people while you're doing this journey together, and how do you deal with that?
So the question is, do we find resistance with people onboarding or that are part of the program? So do you want to take it, or?
You can start.
So there's always going to be resistance. If there wasn't resistance, you wouldn't have a team. People are people. People have their own mindsets. So how you deal with that resistance is definitely key. And I think it goes back to understanding and helping the teams understand the value in what they're doing. A lot of what we do, there's different segments. Some teams are far more R&D, and it's trying to figure out, could this work? Would this work? What's the best way to do this? Other teams, it's far more repetitive tasks. So we do find some resistance on either spectrum of, this is too restrictive for us, or that would be on this side, or, this is just, there's too much flexibility. This is repetitive. I need to know what I'm doing every day. So trying to find a happy medium and helping teams understand that the framework is actually flexible and can work for them, not against them, is, you know, another struggle to follow up on the other question.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, in the previous session, people were asked how many people were left after that formation, right? We're about 200 people, and I know that we had 3 or 4 changes so far within the last 1.5 to 2 years. So I think that is a very low attrition rate, and yeah, so surprised. I think people are, no matter all the uncertainty and ambiguity, I think we did manage it quite well so far, and I hope that we're getting more stable, of course. Yeah, so.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing you didn't talk about, which, because my team also is working in the LESS framework, we find it really powerful with the 6-week demo cycle and the goal setting that's part of the framework. I wondered if you wanted to talk about that, because I think it helps with the resistors. People see the success almost immediately, whereas some of the frameworks maybe don't give that. I don't know.
Yeah, so the question was, we didn't emphasize on the 6 weeks demo and sort of second layer sprint, right? Yeah. Correct, we didn't do that, so we didn't lay out the LESS framework in total here. We thought it would be too long and probably a bit more complicated, but yes, that's exactly the point. You have the flexibility of building it, and there you have every 3 sprints. In our case, it's 3 sprints, so it's every 6 weeks. You have a demo of the organization, so to say. So every 2 weeks you have your sprint and your demo at the end in the feature teams individually, and then every 6 weeks you bring it together. So that really helps the organization also to see what the other teams are doing, and linking it back to the unified backlog, you know, what is it that we are working on? Yes, that is very powerful. So thank you very much for mentioning that.
Yeah, and to build on Sabina's response there too, is bringing everybody together to see, first of all, what the other teams are working on. It does foster collaboration, it breaks down silos, but on top of that, it really does help give meaning to the work. So I think, you know, Sabina touched on the low attrition rate. Teams being able to see what their work is doing and how it interacts with the bigger picture. Like this demo is recorded and presented to our product management team every week, or every 6 weeks. And for them to be able to see their work rolling up into what's going to be a release is really meaningful, and keeping them engaged and the morale up through those demos is something that we find extreme value in.
I have a question regarding the chief product owner. It's often referred as mini CEO, and there is a lot of stuff put on shoulders of this guy or girl. So I wonder, what are the assumptions that the framework has for this role, and how the company supports in for like autonomy, decision making, and overall support?
Okay, so the question is how, so the chief product owner in some cases is referred to as a mini CEO. So how are we engaging the chief product owner in the teams to get their feedback and to really create that environment and give them, but still giving the teams the autonomy and freedom to do what they're doing? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, maybe as I picture there is a lot of on the shoulders of them. I will use them because I don't know who is that person. And I believe he has a lot to say when it comes to feature planning. So I would assume there needs to be some kind of support or information flow or authority to this role. So how does it work in autonomous? Like, have you restructured to give this person the autonomy, or there are still people throwing stones on him or on them?
So the question is, how do we give the chief product owner the autonomy they need and get the teams engaged? Mm-hmm. Well, the first of all, is that 6 weeks demo is really, really important to showcasing what has been done. But the chief product owner in our case is very, very close to the customer. There are multiple meetings per week with different engineering teams and different levels of program management and architects with the customer themselves. So they understand at the very high and low level what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. So by having that credibility, it makes it a lot easier for them to come back to the teams and say, hey, the customer would like to see this. And then on top of that, having, you know, a certification that we're working toward, there's a lot of requirements that they're you know, coming to us with that, you know, are just hard requirements. So we try and give them the freedom and let them be involved in the process, but very, very happy to have their feedback and have their close tie-in with the customer. So we are out of time. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
feel like this is very loud. So is it just that everyone else is really quiet?
No, don't worry, I'll start shouting now in a second. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Are we okay to start? Yeah. All right.
Okay, so let me start. Okay, so this presentation would be about the estimators of the Lost Ark. You can see the Indiana Jones reference, and it's the story of the Advanced Reconnaissance Group. My name is Michal Konečný. I'm the mage from releasemonitoring.org. That is my official role. Now joking, my official role is Senior Software Engineer at Red Hat. And who are you again?
Well, I've never met this man before in my life. No, my name is Aoife Maloney, and I'm the product owner for the Community Platform Engineering team, which I work with Michal and other mages, other sorcerers in that team as well. And yeah, we're going to take you through how we came about creating this team within a team. With the founding member sitting right here, so I need to be very accurate. So today's presentation, like I said, is going to take you through the origins of the ARC team, where it came from, where the concept came from, where the acronym comes from, because that's quite fun, what the purpose of the team is for, what we use the team for within the wider CPE team. It has its own heroes and villains, as every good story does. And then we have live, in-action tales from the quests that this team embarks on. Michal will tell you through all the battle stories, and then we will unveil our chest of treasure that we always find at the end. But first, I'm going to take you through the origins of the ARC team. So, at the beginning, there was only a very small spark. This spark grew into a fire, and the fire started. And people were terrified of this fire. They really didn't like it at all. But they started warming up to it and realized it mightn't be that scary, and it could be a little bit helpful. And the fire is absolutely a euphemism for agile. So our team started in this agile transformation journey, and we wanted to start planning some project work and delivery timelines, and we needed requirements, and we needed deliverables, and we needed success criteria, and we were going to get all of this stuff, and then I was going to come into the team, and there was going to be somebody to take this stuff, enter me. We were going to pass it to a delivery team, enter Michal and others, and we were going to have what people wanted at the end of it, and it's just like that was going to happen. What else is needed? I tell you what I want, and then I say, great, I'll give you what you want, and then yeah, you don't get what you want. So this was our idea that we were striving for, like the Holy Grail, and we were going to get there. Why wouldn't we get there? It was really, really straightforward, simples. Or so we thought. So the problem that we had was while we were getting these requirements and these asks from requesters, and they were there. We had our success criteria. We knew what people wanted. We just hadn't a notion how to actually deliver it to them. We had we knew several ways to deliver the thing, and we couldn't really decide what is the best way forward. You may be familiar with when you're tasked with something, there is some indecision as to what technology is best to use, and in the project like Fedora, that is just it's so complex and wide and cool, but there's a lot going on. If you don't choose the right tech stack at the start, it's very tricky to know how many other people's projects you're impacting if it tends to be something that's not compatible, or there's dependency issues, or whether you're going to choose something that will lock you in 3, 6, 9 months down the line when you have to develop something else. So our team was wasting an awful lot of time figuring out what the best path forward to even begin the development was, and that was causing a lot of upset, would be a nice way to put it, within the team. They were frustrated with me because I wasn't giving them clear enough requirements. I was getting frustrated with them because I wasn't sure what they were asking me for to begin with. I told them that's what they wanted. They wanted a red button. What do you mean? There's different shapes of buttons. Give me one. So why is
the work not starting?
yeah, pretty much. So there was a lot going on, and and nobody knew what was going on. We were making it up as we went, and we were delivering things, but oh my God, it was not a comfortable process. And this was happening for a couple of projects, happening for a couple of months, etc. So in the end, we said, all right, enough. We have
too much going on. We need to cut a break here. And I was fortunate enough to like have Pingu as a friend and confidant, and also a team member who's saying, "What the f is going on with the project? See, if they haven't started yet." I'm like, I don't know what to do. So we were discussing the problems, and he did come up with the idea of like, is it the technical pre-scoping is the problem? I was like, yes. I don't have anyone to like vet this with. You know, I can vet it against like business requirements and benefits to people, but I have nobody to actually vet that this is not going to cause a dependency in the library over here that's upholding all of release engineering. I don't know. You know, I didn't have that context. So we were chatting, and he said, why don't I propose a solution? The solution being we pre-scope the work technically. So we still get the requirements from the requester, we still get the success criteria, we still get all that stuff. But before we even say yes or no, we pass it to a subset of our team, and they investigate whether this will actually even work. And if it doesn't work, good luck. But if it does work, then they're going to look into like how we do it. It has trade-offs, like, you know, you're going to grab the golden idol and you're going to have to put something in its place. The trade-off was that I would need people from my team to spend time doing that, and that means taking them out of existing project work. So the barter was, we dropped projects we had been taking on, like, I think there was 4 projects running, plus our sustaining team as well, so we had 5 subsets of our team running, which is full capacity, nobody was left over. If you took a holiday, things stopped. I'd like to tell you it's completely different now, but like it can be a little bit like that still. But we really had zero capacity for innovation or thinking things through. So the trade-off was drop the projects, drop everything bar 1, and put more people into our Infra and RelEng team. And they will be able to then take some time and pre-scope this work and work with me once it comes from the requester to us. And we'll work together and we'll vet it technically, give out some options, and then it's ready, and then the development team can go with it. So that was the solution. Sent out a comms to the managers, sent out comms to whoever needed to know, and they said, yeah, okay, cool, let's do it. So we did it, and here we are to talk about it, because it worked. And we had a lot of fun then with the acronyms. So, like, there was a good few that came up. Obviously, the Advanced Recon Crew is the one that actually can be publicized, but like, there's a few there that was a hot contender. The Angry Rabbits Committee nearly won. Smooge wanted Aoife's Raging Children. Very was. But no, we said, let's keep it professional, for God's sake.
For once.
Yeah, let's just try and be like adults. So we've called it the Angry Recon, or the Advanced Recon. And we stuck Indiana Jones in front of it. Anyway, so that's how the Hat Set started. That was our problem. That's what we were facing. That's the solution we came up with. And it really has been by far the best decision I think we've ever made in terms of project delivery within the CPE team. And I'm going to fight anyone who disagrees. And Michael will take you now through the rest.
Okay. Not through the rest, but through few slides. Okay. So, first, every good story needs heroes. They emerge from the battle unscared. They were heroes that everybody talk about. They were the ones whose enemies tremble when they hear them coming. But who they are really? And it comes to me that these are the heroes of this story. The arc is actually made from people from Infra and RelEng team, and they are the heroes. You can see some of them here. Unfortunately, we don't have these trade cards for everybody in the team yet. So, but we will need to thank design team, Fedora design team, to making those. So, few people here. We usually just try to find the best suite for the investigation, for the argumentation, and it depends on the thing we need to investigate. And every good story needs a good villain. The people were scared when they saw them approaching. They were a nasty group and didn't bring anything good, but they were still imposing figures. And who are the villains? Oh, the goals. Okay, so one of them was having the clear requirements. We usually get some requests with some requirements, but those are not technical or they are just something somebody wants. So one of the villain is the requirements. We need to actually get to him and defeat him. The next one is time. And time is always a villain, every time. And in this case, we didn't had clear estimate. We were struggling with starting project, and when we thought it will be ready, it was halfway through. So we actually trying to do this during the ARC investigation to estimate time, how long this will take. It's usually a good guess or good estimate because the people are trying to work on proof of concept, trying to do the work that is we are trying to investigate. So it's good, usually good estimate, and we are delivering on times, which says a lot. And the third one is technical options. This means that we can see in the ARC investigation the options that we can think of, and the team is actually trying to explore them, just trying to look at them and see what is viable. And we prepare for the quest. So first we get the underpants, all the underpants we can find, then we do magic, and then we have a profit. We have a profitable business at the end, and this is how we do it. No, I'm joking. But yeah, we would run all the underpants quickly if we do that. So we decided to go other way. First, we will choose the crusade. This is the ARC investigation we actually want to do, and we will actually explain why this is needed, what is the story behind it, why we need it. Then we choose the right heroes. As I said before, the heroes are chosen usually on the ARC investigation. If this is some old project we have and we want to rewrite it, we actually want to have somebody in the ARC team who knows the project, who actually at least have some knowledge about the project. And if it's some specific technology we want to try, we want to ask people to be in the ARC team who have some knowledge about the technology. So we have somebody who actually knows what he is doing in the ARC investigation. And then we go to the adventure. And they left for a great adventure, looking forward to see what they will find, what new beauties they encounter, what happy moments they experience, but it will not always be a positive situation. So we had plenty of investigation. I, in this case, open up the, okay, let's just open it up. I'm not sure. It's still too
This
small.
is why I'm wearing the glasses.
Let me just do it a little bigger. So these are actually the ARC nodes. This is the output, what we do. This is the output of the adventure. These are the nodes, the journey of the heroes. And here you can see what we actually, what initiative we have and what we actually did for the investigation. We have plenty of completed that are not implemented yet. We have plenty of implemented as well. And as was said before, we don't always have, everything is not always great. So we actually encountered few of the things that we needed some time. And it was great that this was actually found out in the ARC investigation, not with the project actually working on something. So, for example, what do people use FMN for? When we tried to rewrite the Fedora messaging notification system, we were looking at first what is there, then there were plenty of custom rules for plenty of notifications, and we wanted to ask community first what they actually use and what could be useful, so we don't run in the same case, like we have database with plenty of custom rules that are used by one person, so we want to share them. We got some examples. We still, even now when the new FMN is deployed, we still have some requests for some messages that weren't there. Next thing is how could we scope badges properly. This was a big one because the badges are here for a long time. We don't want to take the maintainership of badges, your team. We want to leave this on community, but the badges needs to be rewritten and we want to help with that. So in this case it was how to scope the badges properly and how to actually make it work, so what we can do, how we can design it to be better. And the last thing is for the activity count script that is new, and there is still ongoing discussion what should be marked as contribution in Fedora, because how you can recognize contributor by contribution, but if they are not clearly defined, it's hard. I can actually show some of the other stories. For example, the good example, not everything that is bad. Webhook to Fed message, when we did the investigation, we finished it. We had some design of how the webhook to Fed message should work. And then we looked at the GitHub to Fed message and found out that we actually designed it in the webhook. So that was a win. We just, the second investigation was just writing out, this should be implemented like this. Next thing that I can talk about.
Michael, before you do, can I just point out as well, as any project managers or product owners or whoever in the audience, if you don't have somebody looking into that and you pass the development team GitHub to Fed message and they do the work, and then you say, okay, next we're going to do webhook to Fed message, and they go, it's the same thing, like your credibility is shot, like it's a waste of everyone's time. So like highlighting that as part of this ARC process was just huge, because we were like, great, that saved a huge amount of time, and it wouldn't be possible without somebody doing that pre-scoping work too, from a technical perspective. Yeah,
I would say a second thing about this, or second example at the end. Community shift. The community shift is now implemented. It was stuck at the first time for a long time at some law issues, mainly on the GDPR stuff, and this was something we couldn't do anything about, and it was actually something we did ARC investigation for, but we didn't look at the law requirements, and this was actually met when the Fedora legal team was actually started looking in it. So yeah, not everything could be catched by the ARC. And the last thing I would like to talk about is that we have always more than one way. So the ARC team is usually looking, I can open one of the investigations so we can see it.
Yeah, it was a fun revelation to work in software, with software engineers, to be like, yeah, but there's loads of different ways to do it.
You can see a list of the ideas that actually were looking at in the case of data number data graph. And all of those were looked at by the ARC and said, no, this is not how it should work, or yeah, this is a good way to go forward. And there are conclusions and recommendations, so the team who is actually starting on it has something to work with. And I will give it back.
Oh, you need to press the play button, I think, because I have it faded in. Press it again.
See?
There we go. Yeah, fortune and glory, kid. That is what we were doing it for. No, I'm joking. We were looking forward to the reward that was waiting at the end, because we were going to be guaranteeing some technical clarity. Like, who doesn't want that? We were going to have guardrails for development teams to pick up a project and work within not rules, but like rails that they wouldn't be worried about stepping over, but they would have the confidence and they would have the surety of doing some development within, without going like way over or making ridiculous choices that they didn't understand the ramifications of that for. So yeah, fortune and glory. But there's a hell of a lot more to it than that. The real fortune and glory that we have actually seen within the team is, and hopefully as well, I would like to think in the Fedora project as well, anything that the CPE team has put out in the last maybe 2+ years since we've started using this ARC concept is better services. We have upgraded the Fedora messaging notification system based on ARC, which is going to see your Fedora messaging notifications be a lot less laggy. You might get them on the same day that that the thing happened, which is an improvement. We have what else did we do? We did some work updating Bodhi. We had data number, data grepper. There's loads of services that we have updated based on the outputs from the ARC team, as this is the best recommendation. So we've better services back into the community. Hooray. Our development team is getting more clarity on their work because it can be painful to do some of this heavy development stuff. So it's nice to be nice, and if we can be nice to the development team by giving them a little bit more clarity and structure, then they'll be happier to do it. And you don't want to piss off developers. I'm sorry for swearing, but you don't want to piss off your engineers because the people deliver the projects. So treat the people nicely and the projects will be nice. You're going to get less confusion from your development team. You're going to get a lot of less time wasted at that upfront trying to figure out what path is best, because people have already looked at a couple of different paths. They've already been able to advise you on this is probably your best shot here. This is an agnostic enough service that's not really going to do a lot of damage. We have rollbacks, etc. So it's easier to just pick up and go. As Michal mentioned, we have had successful deliveries of all of the projects that we've picked up. Anything that we've actioned, we have delivered on. They've been successful. We've also kept them to a very good timeline, which has made it easier to plan around as well. So for people sitting in that project planning, management, that kind of sphere, it's wonderful to be able to give a very good guesstimate of how long something is going to take, how long you're going to not have team capacity for, or how long you're going to need capacity for as well. And you can plan it better, and you can start building out short-term, medium-term, long-term roadmaps, which will get a little bit fuzzier the longer you go, but you stand a hell of a lot of a better chance planning properly when you have that clarity already on the work in your backlog. Speaking of backlog, you get one properly with delivery plans. Whether in our case it is initiatives, they're projects, it may be like epics in your backlog, but by having a team within a team, like an ARC team, doing those investigation spikes, pre-scoping the work, you're getting your backlog slowly scoped, and it's getting delivery plans already built in, so that by the time your team has capacity to start picking up that work, you have it ready to go and to choose from. At the very most, you're spending I think we've spent maybe a week, 5 days, just reviewing the ARC documentation and onboarding into the project, but that is it. We've gone from 3-4 weeks of, oh crap, who should we be talking to about this service, to just picking it up going, oh yeah, that still makes sense, and away they go. And very importantly, we have an opportunity for community feedback in the projects before they even become live, which is extremely valuable, obviously, for the community platform engineering team. I referenced the FMN project most recently, and I'll credit Ryan Lurch for doing the bulk of this work. Before we started the ARC investigation, we were compiling the requirements, and the use cases were so vast and so many to try and cover. Ryan just mailed out to the community list and said, okay, what do you use the service for? And because people were coming back to him with their use cases, he was able to compile well, this all fits in this general bucket, and that should be covered by this rule. So we don't need all of these custom rules that they've made to virtually get the same thing. These are a bit more use case, corner casey. We should probably check if they'll be covered by something else or whether we need to keep a custom rule. But it meant that we weren't spending development time stripping out all of these rules from a service, only to launch the service and have a load of people going, what the hell? I had my thing configured to this and now I don't anymore. And we're like, shit, I don't know if that actually makes sense. It did, because we had already pre-checked it. So that was extremely valuable to have. So yeah, it was great to have that feedback loop. And as you saw in the documentation, it's open. You know, you can log on, you can see, you can read through all of the other ones. The ones that aren't implemented, please feel free to read them through and submit PRs or message us and say, like, you know, actually there's a better way of doing that. We're open to that. That's why they're there. If they're not implemented, even if there's a draft, throw in your thoughts and ideas. We want that. We want the feedback.
And we are always open to know new acronyms.
Yeah.
For our team, so
yeah.
You can open PR for that
yeah.
as well. Okay, and we have some numbers because I can read numbers. We have 17 finished ARC investigations. We have 7 projects that were actually delivered with clear requirements and on time. And we have 8 acronyms suggested for ARC.
So far.
And this could still grow, so.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and
yeah.
these are some links.
Yep.
So we actually had some issue uploading the slides. So hopefully we will solve this. And here are some links. So initiative report. This is where we have the initiatives. ARC investigations. This is the document I showed earlier. And ARC repo is the sources for the documentation. And that is all. So thank you.
We have a couple of minutes,
and
maybe
we
like
have
2 or 3 minutes for questions. Yeah.
So you have a lot of people on your team, or from my perspective, you have a lot of people on your team. How can the same concept be applied to smaller teams where you might have only 3 people working on like 3 or 4 different projects, and you have to vet those projects so you're not wasting so much time on a small team?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah.
My suggestion would be you need buy-in from like your stakeholders and your management team to actually not separate your team. Maybe there is maybe 1 or 2 people of that 3 or 4 that can do that pre-scoping work. If you really are only a 3-person team, I would try and get buy-in from your management, your stakeholders to like, we used to call it a sprint 0, to set aside some time to like investigate that properly. Sure. It depends on the size of the work. Some of our investigations have been finished in like a week and a half. Some of them can go on for maybe like 5-6 weeks. We don't try and keep them any later than that because otherwise it's a project and that's not the point. But you do need buy-in for that pre-scoping. And if you're a small team, it's probably going to fall to you, and you need to be pushing the wasted time that you're spending, or build that into your actual delivery plan altogether.
Yeah, because we have a lot of small teams, and they're all hyper-focused on their specific tasks, and there's not much overlap between them.
Okay.
So maybe there needs to be more overlap.
If they're all delivering up, yeah, maybe you do need to like pull somebody from each of them and get them into a room and just get them to hack it out like for a week or 2, and then come back and say, okay, you deliver this, you deliver that, you deliver this, meet at the end, party.
But wasn't that one of the first things that we actually did in CP, that we tried to de-silo us?
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
we were
Yeah.
in similar position that big team made of small teams, which were basically siloed doing infrastructure, doing release engineering, doing this application, doing that application. And the first thing we did was basically trying to move all people together.
Yeah.
And try to find out where to put
the ARC team is never the same people all the time. So if you're, I misunderstood, I thought you meant we were just one team, but if you're many teams in a kind of a bigger team but just separate, you probably do need to look at like forming a standalone team like that. Like we were fortunate to be able to have our infrastructure and REL-Eng team that they do support sustaining work, but that's where we pull our ARC investigation teams from. And they're never the same person. There's definitely, like the requests that come in have all different skill sets, but you need a variety and you need different people talking about it. Just for
and just to make it clear, we have in Front team people from CentOS infrastructure, from Fedora infrastructure, and from Fedora release engineering. So we have people from all over the place, and they work. And developers, yeah.
Developers, and the mix is good. Variety is the spice of it.
There was there was also a reason to leverage the infra and range team for this. Is the idea of the ARC team is something you do, but you know, if there is a fire coming up in some of the infrastructure, that team can stop and go fight the fire. And
You're
then
not already
do the
committed in.
work afterwards.
Yeah.
It doesn't impact any of the project that is being worked upon.
Yep.
Do you set kind of guardrails for the ARC team? Because you mentioned you do proof of concepts, and I find it's very easy for your proof of concept to sort of just become the concept. So do you kind of have rules about where you stop as the ARC team?
They stop short of implementation. No, they're usually
Usually we have only few weeks, so it will take 4 weeks. We are in some dead end, and we shouldn't go this way. So,
but there is never only one option explored. So there is a rule that we don't just look at one way. We do, and the team does investigate at least 2, if not 3 ways. Some will be automatically ruled out, but they will still be looked at. Like I think we were looking at replacing the off-lib library. Smash was looking at it, and there was one that was absolutely not going to work, but we were still going to look into it to be sure. And another option was, but they were both looked at, both put forward, and then you recommend.
The time bounding and the requirement to look at multiple things means you don't just get like tunnel vision on. Concept. Now let's.
Exactly. Yeah. Matthew?
So when something does take the upper bound, you said 5 weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's 3 people full time for 5 weeks on that, or is it because there were other things that they were pulled into and it's
Things that have taken like around the 5-week mark have been things like the FMN project, where there was time needed to get people to come back to us with answers on like what their use cases are. The badges project is also falls into that as well, that people need time to think about what they use these things for and why it's important to come back with this. We found that important enough to give that extra space, because we didn't want to then start looking at our options with tunnel view or with only half the information. We try and get as much information up front before we start ARC, so that we're looking at it as in the most holistic fashion possible. And we are okay to keep it a little bit extra if needed.
We also have a new way to doing it, and that is if we are working on a regular ticket that we get just in Fedora Infra or Range, and it's taking too long, we actually just fill in the ARC investigation and leave this to a dedicated team that will work on that.
Yeah, so anything that comes in that's too big, that's like, this should be a project, this needs more people, I don't know where we're going to take this, goes into that side of the world. And then we pick it up and look into it and see, okay, that's big enough, we need to projectize this.
Yeah. In this case, in the ARC investigation is actually done by somebody who tried to implement the ticket and didn't actually finish it.
Yeah.
But at least started.
We're over time, I think he wanted to leave. Any other questions before we say goodbye? Thanks, Pingo, for creating it.
Teamwork.
Yeah. But anyway, so that's the ARC project. If you have any follow-up questions or anything, you can reach me or Michael. Our emails are listed at the bottom, or you can find me at the bar later, probably. So, anyway, thank you very much.